సమీపాన చిన్న గ్రామం కల్యపూడి. ఆ ఊరికి చెందిన సిడి నాయుడు ఓ పోలీసు అధికారి. ఆయన బళ్ళారి జిల్లా హడగళ్లిలో ఉద్యోగం చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఆ ఇంట కన్ను తెరిచిన 8వ సంతానమే సిఆర్ రావు.
మా ఫాదర్ ఏమో సామాజిక అటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు కదా, మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ బాగా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళ గురించి చెప్తూ ఉండేవారు. ఇలా కొన్నాళ్ళు అయిన తర్వాత రీలాంటి గణితం అనే పుస్తకం ఉంది. ఆ పుస్తకంలో నుంచి మా ఫాదర్ ఏమో మేము కూడా లెక్కలను చేయమని చెప్పారు. సో అట్లా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్.
తన బిడ్డ గణిత శాస్త్రంలో పిహెచ్డి చేసి అధ్యాపకుడు కావాలన్నది తండ్రి సిడి నాయుడు అభిమతం. ఆయన కోరిక మేరకు సిఆర్ రావు విశాఖలోని ఏవిఎన్ కళాశాలలో 1935లో ఎంపీసీ గ్రూప్తో ఇంటర్లో చేరాడు. అక్కడ ఎంతో ప్రతిభ చూపాడు. ఫలితంగా నోబెల్ బహుమతి గ్రహీత సివి రామన్ తన తండ్రి పేరిట ప్రవేశపెట్టిన చంద్రశేఖర్ అయ్యర్ స్కాలర్షిప్ సిఆర్ రావుకే దక్కింది. ప్రొఫెసర్ పిసి మహలనోబిస్ పేరు దేశమంతా మార్మోగిన సంవత్సరం. భారత్ లో గణాంక శాస్త్ర అభివృద్ధి అతడు ఆద్యుడు, బాధ్యుడు.
Pioneers in the sense that we set the pattern for statistical education. And education in India in statistics is very balanced. We have a good deal of statistical theory and also applications. But it's not so in other countries. They specialize in particular aspects only.
Concept to India as far back as in 1948 to propagate SQC techniques.
If you want to produce a product which involves the combination of several elements, say several chemicals and so on. So what's the best combination of various ingredients which would give the best possible product? So that needs experimentation.
1941లో కోల్కతా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ఓ సంచలన నిర్ణయం తీసుకుంది. భారత్లో తొలిసారిగా స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ లో పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ కోర్సు ప్రవేశపెట్టింది. మహలనోబిస్ సూచన మేరకు సిఆర్ రావు అక్కడ ప్రథమ బ్యాచ్ లో చేరి 1943లో ఎంఏ చేశారు. అంతేకాదు డిస్టింక్షన్ సాధించారు. సిఆర్ రావు రాసిన సిద్ధాంత వ్యాసాలకు గుర్తింపే కాకుండా బహుళ ప్రాచుర్యం కూడా లభించింది. స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ప్రచురించే అకాడమిక్ పత్రిక సాంఖ్యలో ఆయన వ్యాసాలు ప్రచురితమయ్యాయి.
కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళు ఆఫ్రికా వెళ్ళి ఓల్డ్ స్కెలిటన్స్ తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. అది ఎలా అనలైజ్ చేయాలి, 800 years బ్యాక్ ఓల్డ్ స్కెలిటన్స్, అది వాళ్ళకు ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళతో సంబంధం ఉందా అని కనుక్కోవాలని వాళ్ళు రీసెర్చ్ చేస్తారని తీసుకొచ్చారు బోర్డ్స్. వాళ్ళకి ఎలా డేటా అనలైజ్ చేయాలో తెలియలేదు. మేము కలకత్తాలో మెథడ్ డెవలప్ చేశారు, అటువంటి మెథడ్స్. అందుకని నన్ను ఇన్వైట్ చేశారు కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళు. అక్కడ 2 years జాబ్ తీసుకున్నారు కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ యూనివర్సిటీ టు వర్క్ ఆన్ దిస్ ఓల్డ్ స్కెలిటన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఆఫ్రికా.
ఈ నేపథ్యంలో పిహెచ్డి చేసే అవకాశం, ఏకంగా సంఖ్యాశాస్త్ర పితామహుడు ఫిషర్ నేతృత్వంలోనే పరిశోధన సాగించే అదృష్టం ఆయనకు దక్కింది. 1948 తన 29వ ఏట సిఆర్ రావు కేంబ్రిడ్జ్ నుంచి స్వదేశానికి తిరిగి వచ్చారు. 1953-54లోనే సిఆర్ రావుకు ఇల్లినాయిస్ యూనివర్సిటీ విజిటింగ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ గా పనిచేసే అవకాశం దక్కింది. అక్కడి డిజిటల్ కంప్యూటర్ పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని భారతీయ గణాంక సంస్థలో ప్రవేశపెట్టడానికి కృషి చేశారు. అనంతరం 1962లో ఆయన స్టాన్ఫోర్డ్ యూనివర్సిటీలో అదే గౌరవాన్ని పొందారు. 1965లో రావు ఓ పుస్తకం రాశారు. లీనియర్ స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఇన్ఫరెన్స్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ అప్లికేషన్స్ శీర్షికతో వెలువడిన ఆ పుస్తకానికి నేటికి ఆదరణ తగ్గలేదు. రావ్ బ్లాక్ వెలైజేషన్, చంద్రుని దూరాన్ని ప్రత్యక్షంగా కొలవడం అసాధ్యం. ఇటువంటి సంక్లిష్ట పరిస్థితుల్లో శాస్త్రవేత్తలు రావ్ బ్లాక్ వెలైజేషన్ పద్ధతిలో స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ ను ఉపయోగించుకుంటారు.
స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ ఉంటే there can be better research in all other sciences. మొదట స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ అప్లికేషన్ ఆంథ్రోపాలజీ కదా, అది బయోమెట్రిక్స్ అన్నమాట. దాని తర్వాత ఎకనామిక్స్, జెనెటిక్స్, వీటిల్లో స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ ఉపయోగించి రీసెర్చ్ చేసేవాళ్ళు. హౌ టు డిటెక్ట్ స్పైక్ ప్లేన్స్ అండ్ హౌ మెనీ స్పైక్ ప్లేన్స్ ఆర్ ఫ్లైయింగ్, ఎలా వెళ్తుంది ప్లేన్స్, బికాస్ దే షూట్ చేయాలి కదా. సో ఏ డైరెక్షన్ లో పోతున్నది అవన్నీ కనుక్కోవడానికి స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ చాలా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది.
16 దేశాల్లోని 28 విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలు గౌరవ డాక్టరేట్లను ప్రకటించాయి.
మహలనోబిస్ మరణంతో ఇండియన్ స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ బాధ్యతల భారం పూర్తిగా సిఆర్ రావుపై పడింది. ఆ సంస్థ సెక్రటరీ డైరెక్టర్ గా ఆయన విధులు చేపట్టారు. టోక్యోలోని ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ సెంటర్ కు 7 ఏడాది పాటు అధిపతిగా వ్యవహరించారు. ఈ పదవిలో ఉంటూ ఆసియా దేశాల్లో గణాంక శాస్త్ర ఆవశ్యకతపై అవగాహన కల్పించారు.
ఏషియన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ అని జపాన్ లో ఉంది. 30 years నుంచి రన్ అవుతుంది. బాగా రన్ అవుతుంది. స్టూడెంట్స్ వెళ్తూ ఉంటారు. అండ్ ఆఫీసర్స్, స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఆఫీసర్స్ ఇన్ సౌత్ ఈస్ట్ ఏషియా, పీరియాడికల్ గా అక్కడ పోయి some స్పెషల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఎలా చేయాలని నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు అన్నమాట. బట్ కలకత్తాలో మాత్రం సెంటర్ ఉంది, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సెంటర్. ఇప్పటికీ స్టూడెంట్స్ వస్తూ ఉంటారు. అంతా బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఆయన చైర్మన్ అండ్ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్. సో ఎవరి ఇయర్ అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి అంత సరిగా ఉందా, ఏమైనా మార్పులు కావాలన్నా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ అవన్నీ చూసి వాళ్ళకి చెప్తూ ఉంటారు అన్నమాట.
సిఆర్ రావుకు పరిశోధనే ప్రాణం, విద్యాబోధనే జీవితం. గణాంక సంస్థ విధుల భారంతో బోధనకు అన్యాయం చేస్తున్నానన్న బాధ, అపరాధ భావం ఆయన్ను తొలిచేది. ఫలితంగా 1976లో భారత గణాంక సంస్థ సెక్రటరీ డైరెక్టర్ బాధ్యతల నుంచి వైదొలిగారు. అయితే స్టాటిస్టికల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆయన్ని వదిలిపెట్టలేదు. ఆ సంస్థ తమ ఢిల్లీ విభాగంలో నియమించి జవహర్ లాల్ నెహ్రూ పేరిట ఏర్పాటైన ప్రొఫెసర్షిప్ ను అప్పగించింది. 1979 దాకా ఆ పదవిలో ఆయన సేవలందించారు. ఆ ఏడాదే అమెరికాలోని పిట్స్బర్గ్ యూనివర్సిటీలో ఓ చర్చా గోష్ఠిలో పాల్గొన్నారు సిఆర్ రావు. రావు మేధస్సు, వాగ్ధాటి, విషయ పరిజ్ఞానం ఆ యూనివర్సిటీ డీన్ ను విశేషంగా ఆకట్టుకుంది. తమ యూనివర్సిటీ స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ విభాగంలో ప్రొఫెసర్ గా చేరాలని ఆహ్వానించారు. అతి కష్టం మీద రావును ఒప్పించారు. అయినా 60 ఏళ్లకే రిటైర్ అయి ఇంటి పట్టున ఉండటం సుతరాము ఆయనకిష్టం లేదు. ఈ నేపథ్యంలో 1979లో అమెరికా పయనమయ్యారు. పిట్స్బర్గ్ యూనివర్సిటీలో 1980 నుంచి 8 ఏళ్ల పాటు ప్రొఫెసర్ గా పనిచేశారు. తన హయాంలో విప్లవాత్మకమైన మార్పులు చేపట్టారు. దిశానిర్దేశం కరువై నిస్తేజంగా ఉన్న స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ విభాగానికి అమెరికాలోనూ ఆయన జీవం పోశారు.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Medal of Science laureates: Andreas Akrivos, Francisco J. Ilea, George F. Bass, C.R. Rao, Gabor Semorjai, Elias M. Stein. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you all very much. Please be seated. Thank you all very much, and welcome to the White House. It is it's an honor to be with so many incredibly bright and innovative people. I want to welcome the winners. I want to welcome your family members. I want to welcome your friends. And I want to welcome those of us who are just happy to be in your presence. The science and technology leaders here today have turned genius and persistence into knowledge, technology that will shape lives for decades to come.
C.R. Rao, Pennsylvania State University, for his pioneering contributions to the foundations of statistical theory and multivariate statistical methodology and their applications, enriching the physical, biological, mathematical, economic, and engineering sciences.
లో పెన్సిల్వేనియా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం రావును ఆహ్వానించింది. అక్కడ ఎబర్లీ స్టాటిస్టికల్ విభాగంలో ప్రొఫెసర్గా 2001 వరకు సేవలందించారు. ఆయన సేవలకు మెచ్చిన విశ్వవిద్యాలయం తిరిగి గౌరవ ప్రొఫెసర్గా నియమించింది. నాటి నుంచి నేటి వరకు అవిశ్రాంతంగా పరిశోధనా కార్యక్రమాలను పర్యవేక్షిస్తున్నారు. ఆయన పేరిట హైదరాబాద్లోని ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీలో అడ్వాన్స్డ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ను నెలకొల్పారు. హైదరాబాద్ కేంద్రీయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయాన్ని కూడా అడపాదడపా సందర్శిస్తూ సలహాలు, సూచనలు అందిస్తున్నారు. ఆయన తన ఆచార్య ప్రస్థానంలో ఇంతవరకు 400 పరిశోధనా పత్రాలను సమర్పించారు. 50 మంది PhD విద్యార్థులకు గైడ్గా వ్యవహరించారు. అయినా అలసట లేని అవిశ్రాంత శోధకుడు. ఎన్నో పదవులు, మరెన్నో హోదాలు ఆయన్ను వరించాయి. చరమాంకంలోనూ గణాంకాల ఊసులే. ఆ ఉత్సాహానికి, అంతులేని జిజ్ఞాసకు వయస్సుతో పనిలేదు. అతడు
very good afternoon to all of you. We are at the end of the last session of last day here. Very good afternoon to participants and speakers. Today now we are having 3 more lectures here. So this will be chaired by Professor Rajshekhar Reddy sir, who is my research supervisor, also honorary president of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, former president of ORSI, Operation Research Society of India. Sir has having more than 38 years of research experience and teaching experience. Sir is retired professor from Department of Statistics, SP University. Already worked as a former registrar, Dravidian University. So I'm happy to have you here, sir. Sir, kindly chair the session, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Swaran, for your nice introduction. So now I'm happy to introduce to our alumni of our statistics department. Uh, because before going that, because this webinar is jointly organizing by Indian Society for Probability and Statistics and Alumni Association of Statistics Department. Every year on 10th September, we are celebrating this CR of Birth Centenary year of birth celebrations. For that, there will be endowment lecture followed by some alumni lectures. But this year also we planned for some type of webinar lectures and the evening some alumni webinar lectures. Because rightly now I'm happy to introduce Dr. K.R. Murli Mohan. But now before going that, because the conference, the webinar title is Statistics and Data Science for Sustainable Human Development. Because the word data science now, because for the last 3.5 days, many speakers, they're all going using the word data science, data science, data science. But now, because I'm going to introduce Dr. Murli Mohan. Now he is the director for data science, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and he was also our alumni of Statistics Department. I am proud that Murli Mohan he did his MSc Statistics in Centenary University. I am happy, I am extremely happy to welcome Dr. Murli Mohan, the director and former director and scientist of National Resource Data Management, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, an alumni of our Statistics Department, Venkateswara University. He did his PhD in Computer Science from University of Delhi, and did his STIP Science, Technology, Innovation and Policy degree from Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, Boston, USA. He had conducted innumerable science technology programs, to name a few, an integrated research program on multi-dimensional geospatial modeling, analysis and applications, sensor networks, web enablement, Indian digital heritage, hyperspectral remote sensing, restoration of Kolleru-like ecosystem. There are many, and he has published more than 50 research articles, mostly in IEEE journal, and he has become a fellow of Royal Statistical Society, London in 2011, and Murli Mohan presently now the director, Department of Director for Data Science, Department of Science and Technology, and many PhD programs he has organized. And when he organized this the workshops, he asked our statistics department to organize one on geostatistics workshop in Tirupati, for which he suggested one thing about to invite Professor C.R. Rao for this program as a chief guest. Then I told to Murli Mohan, no problem, because since by the time in the November, generally Professor Rao will visit to India, October to March, he will be in India. So I have the pleasure of inviting C.R. Rao, and at the time of geostatistics workshop in our university auditorium, so Professor C.R. Rao, we also honored him, and we have Professor C.R. Rao has inaugurated one room, seminar hall, that is called Professor C.R. Rao Seminar Hall. He came all the way, and he was with us 3 days, and I took him to darshan for Lord Balaji, so that he felt very happy, and we was all the students and everybody, so that he got experience with all the interaction with our students in our place on November 20th. That is in fact it's my birthday. So Murli Mohan, on that day, because of today also he asked me, sir, how much time you are going to give for my talk? Because I said it is 45 minutes. I know that Murli Mohan, if you give mic, so 24 hours is also not sufficient to speak on data science. That is the thing where I have seen very closely with Murli Mohan. One day we are going, myself, Srinivas Rao and Murli Mohan, discussing anything, and Murli Mohan is going on talking on the subject of statistics, and up to night, early morning, 3 o'clock. By the time it's almost 3 o'clock, I said, okay, Murli, like, so he's a very, very keen on the subject of statistics, it's a data science. So he told I heard about data science 10 years back. The word. So Murali Mohan said, "Sir, you speak always about data science, not statistics. Statistics in terms of data science only." So today the whole world is moving towards data science. I am very happy. The government of India has chosen the right person, that is Dr. Murali Mohan. And today, because of his a very strong alumni in our department, because he's such a position. So our president is going to announce some every year we are giving some alumni awards. So this time, so Dr. Murali Mohan is going to receive that such type of distinguished statistics alumni award. Because of this webinar, we are unable to give it, but next year we are handing over that award to him. So anyhow, my hearty congratulations to Dr. Murali Mohan for this prestigious distinguished statistics alumni award of Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. So now I request Dr. Murali Mohan to speak.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rajshekar Reddy, my guru, friend, philosopher, and a mentor also. For the last 25 years, I'm interacting with him, and whatever we have achieved today in the life, probably it is because the lessons learned from the SC University and the mentorship of all the gurus that belong to statistics department. So that way I am very humble in stating that the positions, the knowledge and everything in fact belongs to the industry university where I passed out long back. Well, he told so many things about me. I don't know whether I'm deserve it or not, but let me take value of it. Yes, let me complete my the current position. I am a mission director of one of the national missions on interdisciplinary cyber-physical systems. That was announced by the Union Cabinet in 2019, and that is now being implemented. That is National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems, ISPS. And also I am developing another mission called Quantum Technologies and Applications. These are all very tightly integrated missions and forward-looking technologies. It has wide applications everywhere, every sphere of life, and it is a type of the current in technologies. That's number one. And also I belong to a Department of Science and Technology, and currently I am heading a division called Frontier and Futuristic Technology Division. So it used to be called ICPS division earlier. Now it is renamed as Frontier and Futuristic Technology Division. Now name itself is, you can see, it talks about frontier technologies and futuristic technologies. Well, these are the broad things which I am doing at DST. But coming back to the centenary celebrations or 100 years birth centenary celebrations of Professor C.R. Rao, I don't know I am qualified enough to take that name. He is such a stalwart in the field. But let me take the courage that I am privileged to provide a type of my innocent observations in these celebrations. For statistics, he is like a godfather, and everybody looks at him and as a guide, mentor, and a type of a target to be achieved, to at least to the 1/10 or 100th of his achievements. We are all striving to take him as a role model and achieve whatever is possible with our capabilities. with these smart boards. Now, I would like to talk about two things. Now, what is happening in the entire, the data field? Now, Professor Rashekar Reddy talked about the data science. Then we have analytics, the big data, and also we are talking about visualizations, the interpretations, modeling, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So many things are coming up, and these are all very emerging technologies and futuristic technologies. Now, what is the core of all these technologies? It is the statistics. That way, the statistics is different forms and different shapes to meet the requirement of the society in various decadal time periods. In fact, the word data science was invented in somewhere in 1940-45 in Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta. That is, they are the first ones to coin these words. In fact, they called it as data information science, and later it became data science. So we are front runner and foremost people in identifying the emerging disciplines. One such discipline is data science. That way, the ISI Kolkata has the front runner and type of vision they have given for this entire discipline. Now, well, coming to what is the requirement of this data science? Why we are talking about it? Now, there's so many sensors are being developed and deployed. The anthropologic activities are increasing. The spatial data, the economic data, the medical data. So much of the data is getting generated in the country or in the world. Now, when you look at the volume of these data, we require advanced technologies and tools to interpret, to get into insights of these data sets. So, the existing methodologies or existing tools may not be sufficing for this requirement. Therefore, the interdisciplinary subject called data science is emerging. Almost it is already in the forerunner in the advanced technologies. In fact, if you look at the worldwide phenomena, that a data scientist is one of the most sought after job in all the developing and developed countries. Already it is happening. That is the most, some people call it as the rewarding career in the field of information technology or in the field of the data analysis. So therefore, data science is the futuristic type of discipline which is emerging and it has got a potential and relevant to the society. One is its potential. Now, what we are doing to develop this particular subject and how we are planning to reap the benefits of these emerging technologies. For that, I have to take you to the mission which I referred, ISPS. I repeat, there is a national mission. It is interdisciplinary cyber physical systems. Here we are talking about combining the physical world in the cyber world or cyber systems, or interfacing with the physical world in the cyberspace. When you talk about the CPS or cyber physical systems, the paradigm is something like the sensing, the communication, control, analytics, and modeling. So any physical phenomena needs to be observed. For that we require the sensors. The sensors quantifies the phenomena and converts into your data and start communicating to the central data logger or a data system or a cloud or whatever, the infrastructure, IT infrastructure we're talking about. So every physical phenomena is converted into ultimately a data, an observable phenomenon. Now, once we have this type of data, we need to communicate. Therefore, communication systems are coming up. The sensor needs to communicate. Okay, so is it the wired communication or wireless communication? Now, once the data is aggregated, then we need to go for, systems needs to be controlled. The control mechanism has to come from the data analytics that is happening, that is gathered. So once we have that type of various scenarios, the control systems comes into picture, and it will give various scenarios and the optimum path it will take. Then comes the alert. This is a broad paradigm I'm talking about. Then the entire modeling, the visualization, the interpretation, all these things are part of the entire cyber physical systems. Now, what the government of India is doing to nurture this particular field. They have announced this mission. Now the mission is being implemented. As part of implementation of this mission, we already established 25 technology innovation hubs across the country. And on average, each state is getting one technology innovation hub. What are the technologies we are talking about? It is starts with the sense, the IoT, the data science, the big data analytics, the robotics, the quantum technology, remote operated vehicles, the unmanned aerial vehicles, underwater vehicles, the agriculture application, the mining activities. So in fact, every aspect of the technology is is being taken into consideration in this mission. So these 25 technologies we consider it as a technology verticals. If you take data science is one vertical, sensor IoT is one vertical, robotics as one vertical, AI and ML is one vertical. So these 25 verticals are the foundational technologies for CPS, and for each vertical, a technology innovation hub has been created. Most of the IITs got these hubs, and some of the IIITs, and as well as the BITS Pilani type IISc and ICERs. They are all the host institutes to implement these hubs. Now, what these hubs will do? We have taken consciously a decision. India is very good in research. In fact, if you look at the number of publications or if you put the ratings, we are almost number 4 or 5 in the world in terms of quantum of publications. But if you look into in terms of product or processes or services, converting these research into products, almost we can say we are very low, or I can take a courage saying that almost it is not there, very minimal. So what it indicates, we are doing very good research, but somehow we are not able to convert that research into products. No, it is not the fault of researchers. They are very good at it. They are creating the knowledge, but we require a second layer which takes this research as the input and translate them into a product. So that is what is missing in the entire ecosystem. There may be some places where it may be happening. I am talking about in generalized term in the entire country as a whole. Okay. Now, this is one gap which we are having. And next gap, what we observed is we require a holistic approach, a place where the research is going on, the translation research is also one of the mandate, and human resources development is also one of the component. Also, the research can feed into number of startups and spin-off companies. Therefore, entrepreneurship development is also one of the foremost requirement of the present government. There in turn, product development, creation of unicorns. I mean, these are all the broad thinking that the government of India is having. So if you look at it, an isolated things can happen. Some university or some institute may be good at human resources development. Some institute may be good at research. Some may be, in the startups, and some may be in very good at, what do you call translation research. But an integrated approach, that is what we thought of. And each hub is one point of source of all these activities. Each innovation hub will work on research, the translation research. It goes for human resources development. HRD, you mean to say that undergraduates to the postdoc fellowships. There is an MTech program or MSc program, then you have the PhD program, then you have postdoc programs, and also number of chair professors. Okay, so entire the spectrum of HRD is involved. Even polytechnics and up to ITIs also has been integrated into this. That is, then comes the technology business incubator. Each innovation hub will have a technology business incubator wherein the R&D activities will be translated into proof of concepts or a prototype. Ultimately, if it has the potential, it is scale up into a startup, and then it could be spin off into a new entity or a company, and probably it may lead to we don't know, a unicorn company. So this is the broad aspects. Everything is got integrated into a technology innovation hub. Huge amount is being funded. In fact, I can take an example. IIT Tirupati got one innovation hub on GIS and remote sensing, plus positioning and precision technologies, very advanced technologies. That is 1 month back, the communication has gone to IIT Tirupati that they have got this hub. Similarly, if you look at surroundings of Tirupati, IIT Madras got one, and Triple IT Bangalore, IISc Bangalore, I mean, this is what the surrounding places were. We have got almost a cluster of 4 or 5 hubs within the 100 kilometers radius of the is doing in these hubs, and each hub, it is not that we have given to one institute, it is for them. No, what we are telling is they are only the hub. So therefore, they need to build number of spokes wherever there is an expertise, wherever there is an intellectual capabilities. So these hubs needs to connect them as spokes, take advantage of the expertise available. It could be university, it could be a deemed university, it could be engineering college, or it could be even a polytechnic college also. Wherever the type of expertise is available, they have to fund those projects, get the expertise, integrate into their internal systems, and go for product delivery. So therefore, it is a hub, and we have n number of spokes. So for that way, if you take Tirupati as an educational hub, you have 4 or 5, the institutes where you are having the TAH, they are all could be connected, and the expertise is available. These institutes can be reacted into those hubs. Similarly, across the country, you take, the IIT Bhilai or IIT Kharagpur, IIT Kanpur, as I told, every state in the country has got one hub. That way, we are created a layer, a translation layer between the research institutes and the industry. So one way these hubs connect, to the research organizations or academic institutes. The other end, they go for connecting to the industry or public sector undertakings or governmental requirements. Okay, so that way, it's a very vibrant type of a system. It was created, and the government is very happy about it, the way in which it is going about it. But the responsibility lies with the researchers. Now they have to use this opportunity, how we can benefit or contribute into this the requirements, so that the entire the knowledge generation is get converted into the product. It is beneficial for researchers, it is beneficial for the students, it is beneficial for the institute, because infrastructure will get enhanced or get created. Okay, so that way, this is one of the rather I will say it is one of its kind in India, at least. The delegation of powers, the autonomy that was given to these innovation hubs, it is unprecedented in government of India as of now. That much of freedom they have given. Now the responsibility lies with us, or with the knowledge generators, how to use it. Now coming to the statistics, and then these innovation hubs. You take any technology vertical, either you talk about sensors, or you talk about data communication, or you talk about computers, or you talk about robotics. You take all these 25 technology verticals, there is always an element of requirement of statistics. Even if you take a computer, either queuing theory or the job allocations, there is entirely it is statistical methodologies. Even if you take cyber security, it is statistics. The advanced mathematical techniques are being used in creating very robust security systems. But the issue is how these technologies can be connected with the advanced technologies. There is a gap. People are very good with these technologies. They may not be knowing that this can be applied into those applied fields. So that between connections are required. That people has to come together as an interdisciplinary subjects. A computer scientist, a statistician, a mathematician, a physicist, a civil engineer, all people have to work together. That's why this mission is called interdisciplinary subject. Every discipline has got a requirement in this. Even language, the text analytics we talk about, or language translation, natural language processing. You require language specialist. Your language required semantic and syntactic analysis of all these languages. When you talk about the conversion of entire the publications of happening in English needs to be translated to Indian languages. It is one of the requirements of Government of India now. There are n number of the publication or knowledge papers are available in the world. It's all available in English. Let us say we want to translate it to at least 14 official languages. You look at the volume of work, the amount of research that has to go into this. Okay, there every discipline has to come. Therefore, it is not related to subject or one particular methodology, but interdisciplinary. Each subject, every institute, and every expertise needs to be brought into it. That is another aspect. So it is a pan-India program and pan-disciplinary programs, and connected to the economics, connected to the technological advantages of the country, and also addressing some of our own Indian problems. So we are taking the Government of India issues or problems of various line ministries. There are 85 line ministries. Everyone has got their own data and their own issues. So those issues will be taken up as a research problems in these technology innovation hubs. So for example, I am taking an example. Ministry of Law and Justice has come out with a requirement that they have got a number of judges across the country, High Court or CAT or Supreme Court, or there are so many benches, so many judgments for at least 70 years. Now, can you develop an AI algorithm or AI-based assistive system to provide a case analysis for the lawyers, for the judges, and even for the clients? A fantastic, the challenge they have posed to us. Here we are talking about the data, digitalization, and rule evolving the rules, because law is based on the rules and regulation, and then development of an operational AI-based assistive tool. Either it could be a robot or it could be a interactive system. Now, imagine the problem. What type of people are required? The lawyers are required. The computer scientists are required. The data scientists are required. The language experts are required. And communication specialists, the robots designers, AI developers, the language interfaces, all are required to meet one particular requirement of the Ministry of Law and Justice. And imagine if you develop such type of a system, then you look at the turnaround time of each case. You can reduce enormously. There are lakhs of cases pending in the various courts across the country. How to reduce the time lag? Now we need to bring in the technologies. Then only it is possible. Otherwise, existing the systems, it may be impossible to meet the aspirations of them. That way, yes. I am talking about one line ministry requirements. There are 85 line ministries, at least in the central government. If you take into the state government requirements, we don't know how many are there. It could be environmental issues or water issues, or it could be, electrical grid optimization, water resources optimization, groundwater depletion, recharging. I mean, a number of issues are there. These are all issues. Of course, we have created all these problems, but at the same, the technology has created all these problems. But at the same time, the technology has to bring the solutions also for this. Okay, so we have the greater responsibility. This is about the mission ISPS. wherein the greater role has got, the statistics has got a greater role apart from the other disciplines, but it is more of the engineering aspects of the technology. Then another mission which we are at the initial stage is the quantum technologies. We are aware that it is emanates from the physics discipline, the quantum mechanics, and it has the huge potential both in quantum computing, the communication, and quantum key distribution, quantum sensors. You look at the entire paradigm of the computation. Now it is shifting towards quantum. The quantum supremacy has been established already. Some of the problems which conventional supercomputers could not solve, a quantum simulator was able to demonstrate that, which takes thousands of years for conditions like Shor's algorithm or uncertainty principles. These are all very complicated type of complex problems, which a simple quantum simulator was able to demonstrate the quantum supremacy. So therefore, the silicon systems has got saturation. Now the world is moving towards quantum technologies. We are also in that particular field. Even in the quantum communication, for example, either fiber-based communication, or if you take the free space communication, already some countries have demonstrated that type of. The best part of this quantum communication, it is unbreakable. Full security is available for the communication end to end. So to secure our communication system, to secure our transaction, to secure our banking systems, and even governmental or forward positions of defense, we require that type of strong encrypted type of systems that can come probably from the quantum communication. The QKD is another one which goes along with the quantum communications. So again, QKD, if you talk about it, is the quantum key distributions, the cyber aspects of the security aspects of the quantum communication is handled through the QKD. All these disciplines require not only physicists, not only the engineering, but also the advanced mathematical technologies. Okay. So, in fact, there is a strong relation between the statistics and the quantum. The quantum statistical systems are the first one to developed. Okay, and all the statistical principles are being used in quantum communications. Probability theory, yes. Uncertainty principles, large numbers, random number generations. So these are all the basic ingredients of development of the quantum systems. These are all available, and in fact, everyone now, the statistician knows the best part of all these technologies. But how to connect with this advanced technology is something which our community has to come forward and get connected with these the advanced researchers. And in fact, Indian Institute of Science Education Research, Pune, has got one technology innovation hub on quantum technologies. Okay, and probably people get connected with those people, and probably we can contribute a lot in this. I am sure the people will come forward and take this opportunity. So this quantum mission, which I am talking about, the National Mission on Quantum Technology and Application, it was announced in the current year budget by the Finance Minister. Something like around 8,000 crores is the budget allocation for this mission. And we are at the initial stage, and we are developing the detailed project report. Probably another couple of months, we will be able to complete it and maybe approach government for the launching of the mission. So if you look from the government side, the huge trust and huge expectations from the research community. Even if you take ISPS, something like 4,500 crores has been allocated for this. And this is the first time, record time of 3 months, the government has accepted and announced the mission. And quantum mission is also, it was taken, well, and government announced that mission also, the budget. We are working on, launching those missions. Now, coming to the, various aspects of the research, then the translation. As I told, the NMICPS is trying to have that law of the middle player between the researcher and the industry and the government. Philosophically, it is fine, but practically, how far it is going to achieve? Because the faculty or researchers, they are happy in publishing the books. Yes, that is required, but the mindset is required to be changed to convert that research into a product. It is a matter of mindset. Now, that requires a lot of commitment and a lot of forward-looking type of each the PhD guidance is also a type of a directed research. It requires a problem which is either society is facing or government is facing, and the PhD should come up with the possible solutions. And there is a platform called Innovation Hub, which takes that and converts it to a product. So therefore, it is a core development of a product, along with the researcher, along with the engineers, along with the technology platform available in the Innovation Hub. And then that platform should be used, and then take forward the research that is happening across our academic institutes to the product. It has a twin advantages. One, we are developing our own required technologies, which is foolproof, at least our own technologies. It may be a duplication, no problem, but our own technology. At the same time, we are nurturing the startups. The youngsters are very enthused about the startup ecosystem the government is creating. Therefore, they require a lot of ideas. That nurturing of the ideas has to come from the researchers. Okay, they are all youngsters. They are scouting for the idea. So a research which can go up to the level of the POC could be picked up by the the students or the startup companies, and then they scale up into a startup company. In fact, I take an example of SRI International of Stanford. The SRI International is a outcome of Stanford University. It is a Section 8 not-for-profit company. The amount of research that is happening in the Stanford is translated into SRI, which is the commercial wing of Stanford, and then they sell the license to all the companies. All the Silicon Valley scout for their the algorithms or the ideas from the patents available from the SRI Nation. They get a huge loyalty, and in fact, entire Stanford can be supported by the SRI International. It is a one company, one spin-off company from the Stanford is able to sustain that much of the growth. Now, we are creating a similar structure already created in India, the 25 SRI International type of the innovation hubs. Now it is our responsibility to take it forward. I thank the opportunity given to me and for hearing patiently my whatever ideas I'm having, and I'm look forward for the greater interactions. Probably once this situation is improves, probably we can physically meet and exchange ideas, and then probably we can take out the mission, and as well as thanking you all.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Murli Mohan, so for your nice information about on data science. So now I request from anywhere, from audience or from participants, any questions, one or two questions about regarding this. To Murli Mohan. Professor Rakesh Srivastava, do you have anything?
Thank you, Professor Reddy, for giving this opportunity. It was a very enlightening presentation by Dr. Murli Mohan, and it has given a lot of insight that what DST is going on doing and what they are actually expecting from us. Sir, we are also looking forward to bridge the gap. We always talk about bridging the gap between the academia, industry, and thereby the funding agencies. So I wish there must be some more encouraging steps. Of course, there are many. I was associated with NST MIS division of DST for a very interesting project that why the students are not taking science. This was a long back story, but I believe that with this kind of encouragements, what sir has said, I think many of us and many of our colleagues would be tempted to go for more interdisciplinary kind of approach, useful to the society by and large. Thank you, sir.
I think, yeah.
Mohan.
Yeah, it's a type of observation. There is no question in that. So I think
Yeah,
I
it's
did
not a
not
question.
yeah.
It's not a question, sir. I didn't want to ask a question. Actually, you have already said so many things so nicely. So there is nothing remain to ask.
Thank you, Srivastavaji.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from Bala? Okay. So if no questions, then thank you, Dr. Murli Mohan, for the nice information on data science. So okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll having a next speaker, Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, sir. So first I'm going to introduce so Dr. Vishnuvardhan, sir, is working as an assistant professor in Pondicherry Department of Statistics in Pondicherry University. So sir has completed his MSc and PhD from SV University, Tirupati. So sir is having a working experience of more than 10 years of teaching experience. So sir has an awards as an recognition as a visiting professor of Department of Statistics, Sri Padmavati Mahila University. Then he has awarded with Young Scientist Award in the year 2014 during Indian Science Congress at University of Jammu. Then he also awarded with the Young Statistician Award in the year 2011 from Indian Society for Probability and Statistics. He also awarded with Mrs. Bhargavi and Professor C.R. Rao Award for the best poster presentation in the year 2010. So Sir has authored 2 books, Multivariate Statistics Simple, at the same time on some aspects of statistical methods for clinical trials, a study on overseas curves. So 2 books has been authored by Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, sir. He has produced 6 PhDs and 4 are ongoing. He has been having PG projects of 40, guided of 45 PG projects, and he has been completed the research projects of 2. He has published more than 61 research papers in reputed journals. He delivered invited talks more than 54 in international conferences at various places. He has been presented more than 40 research papers. He organized 6 conferences. He is a life member of various societies as Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, Indian Science Congress, Indian Society for Medical Sciences, Society of Statistics, Computer and Applications. So I'm happy to welcome you, sir. Thank you for being here in spite of your busy schedule. I request you to give a lecture.
Yes, so very good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I should say thanks to the ISPS total team, and in particular to Professor Rajshekhar sir for making this event even in this pandemic situation through a virtual mode. Okay, and thanks for the nice words and introduction about me. So far, I have guided 2 PhD students and 4 on road. So that counts for 6. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so with the true source of inspiration of Professor C.R. Rao, we are here. We are all honoring him with our ideas and thoughts. What all we have done in the research, particular research area of specialization. So let me share my screen so that I can start exchanging my ideas, what I wish to share today. Hope my screen is visible too. Yeah. Fine. So let me start with this. It is the event on Professor C.R. Rao. Okay, I want to take one of his talk. When he gave during he gave on 1979, very long back, but still the ideas what he shared during his presidential address and keynote address in International Biometric Society even stands still the same. I mean, he has foreseen. He has in that talk he has spoken about data science. He has spoken about big data analytics, and particularly he focused on crucial points of how to build a statistician and what are the necessary things that a statistician has to take care of. Okay, that's why this is the title what he has given: statistical perspectives and data analysis. The view of Professor C.R. Rao, how a statistician should be. This is available. The first thing what he says is what Dr. Murali Mohan sir and other speakers in the last 3 to 4 days have shared their ideas. So this is what we have to witness, and we have to consider that our statistical ideas, the mathematical logic and the statistical flavor will see the beauty when it is applied in diversified fields. Okay, so then only we can see the beauty of the equation what we have developed, beauty of the idea, practical idea what we have, or what we have developed the theory. So this is what he has experienced and he has conveyed to the total field of statistics in that paper. I have taken some of the points from that paper, and I have just reframed a few things. And he strongly believed and conveyed long back, and we have to, being a young among all the gathering here, I wish to say that yes, still there is a gap to build a statistician. Hope most of you might agree with this, that what he says is where the gap is. We are training and we are teaching the statistics in masters in statistics with a lot of theorems and lemmas, all these things. But somewhere still we need the practical skills to be equipped to each and every student who is getting postgraduated. Okay, so in that saying, that's what he says, that every statistician should be equipped with practical skills to enable him or her to choose the appropriate methodology. Because recently I was reading an article on misuse of statistics, and recently there was a post in some social media, I don't want to tell, without checking the normality, without anything, just they published the paper. See, and there was no statistician in that paper. So these are all some very serious points we have to take care of, and we need to train our own statisticians to choose the appropriate methodology, to choose the right way of thinking. That is what statistical thinking for a given data or for a given research problem. Okay. Now further, he mentioned that there are 3 types of errors, statistical errors. Okay, type 1 is the gap in making a statistician. The second one is the gap between statisticians, and the third type of error is what interdisciplinary nature. Now all the government agencies, what they are trying to do is they are trying to make this. I mean, just now even we heard from Dr. Murali Mohan sir also that interdisciplinary should be entertained. He's all these things, the errors which are observed in his practice and practical environment. In 1979 itself, he has written that these 3 should be covered. Okay, so what actually the type 1 error is to need to produce a statistician with a proper blend. Whatever theories, what we are trying to tell them in the classrooms or any mode, but majoritarily we should train them in a practical orientation also. Okay, then why the technique, where the technique should be applied, in what manner it should be interpretable, all sorts of analytical skills also to be inculcated in each and every postgraduate student or any kind of a practitioner who wish to become a data practitioner. And the second statistic comes with communication between exchange. Suppose if one gentleman is expert in, let us say, biostatistics, then other gentleman is epidemiology, then I should just convey to them that this is my problem, I need your expertise. He is also a statistician, I am also a statistician, but the domain expert where we work differ a bit. So there we need to connect so that exchange of ideas will give some thoughts which are practically needed to be resolved. And the last thing comes with statisticians and subject matter specialists. Now everywhere, even I can recall the science made by, I mean, sciences made by Dr. Murli Mohan and other people, that in whatever the field you take, we are there. Best example is natural language processing, is what we are seeing in the hub of data set, which is a pure text analytics. And earlier case data seems to be just numbers. Okay, but now it's not. It's not just numbers. It's image, it's video, it's a speech. Okay, and like this. So we need to connect subject matter experts so that we'll come to know what their requirement, what it actually stands for, and what best we do. So with small gist, because this is his day, this is our day. Being a statistician, this is our day. I wanted to present these few points before I go to my the topic which I have given for the schedule. Okay, so these are all small memories. This happened in International League of Statistics. I'm so fortunate that I worked at his institute for an year as a research associate. I was almost discussing. He was there for 6 to 8 months when I joined there. In the entire 6 to 8 months, I was daily interacting with him. The humble way of interaction made me to learn a lot how a person should be his members or scholars or students, whatever everything. So his generosity, whatever, so many things to convey. But these are all memories. For this, I can share this in front of the people. Okay, then now coming to the concept, what I plan to convey is this multivariate receiver operating characteristic curve. In this area, few people remember me as a ROC person. Hope Balakrishna sir will agree and Gopal sir will agree for this. Whenever I meet them, they ask, how is your ROC? Okay, I'm so happy for that recognition that theoretically only few people are working in India on ROC curves, and practically it is widely applied. Practically wide number of publications have come, but in a theoretical perspective with a blend of practical approach, only few articles are there in Indian context. So this I started in 2006 for my PhD program, and thereafter slowly I started working on this area. It has lot to work, it has lot to know, and here I wish to present some of my ideas which I have done, and wish to know your suggestions, comments, and improvisations so that it will be some other journey it may take off. Okay, so it is one of the supervised classification technique mainly used to define a classifier rule to distinguish the given objects into one of the two groups. These two or more groups by means of their characteristics. So with a simple, with a small experience, what I had in these 10 years of my research, 10 to 12 years of my research, all the statistical, whether it is supervised classic model or unsupervised, supervised model, or just a model which is based on the regression characteristic, purely they depend upon the characteristics. So basing on the characteristic support, we will be able to define a classifier, and the question comes of optimality, that also can be addressed. So one such model which came up to our mind, and we showed some interest in that also, that is what we call, this receiver operating characteristic curves. Actually it got originated in 1950s during Second World War, identifying the signals and noise of German aircrafts, whether it is a true signal or a true signal with noise. Okay, so there it started, and thereafter it branched to experimental psychology. Like this, over the years it branched to medical diagnostics, medical imaging, radiological analysis, like this. So parallelly, along with the application part, parallelly, Egan et al. In 1961 started defining the data, the model in terms of an exponential way. Okay, but earlier to that, Tanner and Spitz in way back 1954, they presented the concept of ROC in a graphical form. Okay, and later years, the theoretical development was given by Handley, Egan, and Bamber, Oglive, and Krillman. These two people were the contributors in estimation of the parameters of ROC, but they took that assumption the data is following logistic distribution. Later, in 1975, Egan, consequently, they simultaneously with Bamber and Handley, they focused on binormal. So this is binormal in the sense means bi is two, that means two populations. It's a binary classification problem where the same characteristic is observed in two independent populations. Let us take group 1 and group 2 for general understanding, or in a medical context we call them as a healthy and diseased. Another nomenclature we use is normal and abnormal. Anomalies, group some variations in their parameters, like anemic and non-anemic, diabetic and non-diabetic. Some these are all small examples where I can say that by normal is nothing but the data is underlying normal distribution. So likewise, there are several theories got developed by exponential, by gamma, by beta, dual beta. Okay, and later years, myself and my team, and this is the binormal model where X and Y are distinguished, I mean taken differently to distinguish that is for healthy and diseased population. For instance, I can take this as a, let us take hemoglobin level or any kind of HbA1c parameter for detecting diabetic. So X, it contains the HbA1c levels for the healthy population. Y also contains the HbA1c level for the diseased population. So hence the name, what they defined is binormal curve. And this is the expression. It looks like a linear regression. This is a constant and this is the slope. If you see this B expression, sigma by H by sigma, that is nothing but the variation observed, the standard deviation of the healthy population over the diseased population, and this is the difference. So in epidemiology and biostatistics, we can see the numerator part as an effect size. The difference between the average of two populations, generally in t-test statistic also we see this numerator part, that this is what we call effect size. So this effect size plays a prominent role in ROC curve, stating that as the larger the effect, the constant will have a larger value, giving rise to a steepest ROC curve. Okay, and the AUC is AUC should be integrated between 0 and 1 because the area under the curve, area is nothing but AUC is nothing but area under the curve, and it should be integrated. This y of x, y of t should be integrated over 0 to 1. This is the binormal expression. Okay, and later years, what we had is myself and my student Balaswamy has worked on a mixture, a hybrid, not mixture, sorry, hybridization of the model. Let us say binormal, bi exponential, bi beta, different bi gamma models are also there in the literature. Now we thought, I mean, once we came across a data which is related to ICU scoring system, there is a methodology called Apache, acute physiological syndrome. So it is the system where as soon as especially that is related to a poison intake data, as soon as the patient is brought to the emergency unit, certain 19 parameters will be monitored immediately and a score will be arrived. And if the score is higher than some cutoff value, okay, then the patient survival is very minimum. If the value is lesser than the cutoff, then there is a likelihood of the survivability. So this was the data. When we observed to fit, it was a practical application. It came to us to fit for a classification structure. Then we applied binormal structure. It didn't fit because normality was failing. Then when we observed, it was following exponential. One population was following exponential pattern. The other population was following half normal. So then that practical application converted into a theoretical structure. We defined a hybrid ROC model, one population following half normal, the other population following exponential. So like this, there were a couple of instances where there was a need to develop some hybrid ROC structures. and whatever may be the model, whether it is by distributional ROC, by distributional means normal, exponential, gamma, whatever everything, by distributional ROC or hybrid ROC models, it has to satisfy certain properties. Such properties is one of the important property of this, which we have to focus, is the monotonically increasing property. It is a graph of 1 minus specificity and sensitivity. Generally, these are all called false positives, and these are all called true positives. True positives are nothing but for a given cutoff, it is able to detect the anomaly as an anomaly, abnormal as an abnormal. False positive is the reverse way. Should be in a normal group, but it has been wrongly classified to a diseased group, an abnormal condition to a normal condition state. Okay, so when we plot the coordinates of this 1 minus specificity and sensitivity, it should be, the desirable curve should be in this green dotted line. Okay, and this is the moderate curve. And the curve which is just crossing the chance line is not a preferable one, because it is failing, it is failing the monotonicity property. And here even the monotonicity property is holding. That is monotonicity, hope everyone can understand in a trivial way, that the false positive rate of first data point should be less than or equal to second data point, and monotonically increasing way. Okay, and another property is the scores are unaltered even after the transformation, and another property is the slope of the ROC curve, it is the likelihood-based ROC curve, is always positive. Okay, and this is one simple illustration where I can have one population and the other population seems to be normal. I mean, we can take it as a normal, and this overlapping, this area is what we call overlapping area. This overlapping area will generate two possible states, that is false positive and false negative. Let us take this is and all normal, this is abnormal, this is true negative, true positives, and true negatives and true positives, and here the other two false positives and false negatives will get generated. So again, when we take this into consideration, it will fall back to the 2 cross 2, this Niemann-Pearson lemma, to the confusion matrix, that decision matrix, where we have type 1 error and type 2 error and the correct decision making. The same logic, the same theory can be taken, will come here. Now, another case when it comes that so far what we have discussed is single characteristic. Either you have HbA1c, either you have Apache score related to ICU scoring system, or you may have let us take hemoglobin level or a kind of a different levels to detect, to diagnose whether they have or not. But when we have in a practical real world scenario, there are majority instances where we do not rely on single characteristic. We need multiple characteristics, that is multivariate scenario. So when we started literature search, Siwan Liu 1993 was the paper, was highly cited, which depends upon the linear combination. I'm not talking about convex combination here. A linear combination where they considered proportional covariances and non-proportional. So this hinted us, this made us to think and come out of a different multivariate ROC model. That is what I'm talking about now. That is MROC using minimax principle, where it accommodated these two cases, and we showed that the accuracy which is obtained from this methodology is far better than ours. Okay, and the paper got published in Journal of Biopharmaceutical Statistics in 2016. Okay, later in Session-2 2004, they worked on covariate effects with a different generalized approach, and then Liu et al. Again further they worked on this paper by a condition that they need to maximize that a classifier rule should be able to identify maximum true positives for a given false positive. Let us take, I want to fix 0.1, 10% as the false positives. Then how I can maximize the true identification of true positives? That was the work given by this Liu et al. Like this, there were many other papers over the years on these multiple markers. Now, I wish to discuss the methodology what we have proposed. She is my another PhD student, where She is now working with Novartis as a senior biostatistician. Now we have this is the notations what we have taken. Let phi naught and phi 1 be the two independent populations with corresponding underlying multivariate normal distribution with mean vectors mu naught and mu1, covariances sigma naught and sigma 1. So now this is the minimax principle what we have taken. Sorry, there is typo error. Now only notice this should be inverse. T sigma 1 plus 1 minus T sigma naught whole inverse mu naught plus mu1. So here also this mu naught minus mu1 is nothing but the effect size, the difference of the diseased population minus healthy population, which takes a large impact in estimating B. Here in multivariate setup, B is nothing but vector of regression coefficients. Okay, that's how you define in a regression B beta cap is equal to x prime x whole inverse by x prime y. In a similar setup, in the similar lines, here B is a vector which gives us the coefficients of the each and every x characteristic which is considered in the data in the problem. Okay, and this is a false positive expression, and U is equal to sigma B bi xi is the linear combination. Now, one thing what we got here is, yes, we are developing a linear combination. Can we test its precision? Can we test? Can we develop? Because this is under MRC methodology till the time we work, there were no variable selection problems. Okay, then two questions rise to us that can we test the validity of this? I mean, a kind of a precision of this model. How far I can rely on this model? The second one comes with of the several independent variables. How many variables are really noteworthy or important that helps us to define a score? This U is a score. Okay, defines as a score to distinguish into one of the two categories. Okay, now this is the ROC, a multivariate ROC expression. This is the multivariate ROC expression. Here also, if you see, this is A. If you recall the binormal expression, we had A by A is nothing but mu D minus mu. This is the mean minus LD mean divided by the standard deviation. In a multivariate setup, we come across additional parameter that is beta prime, B prime, the same mu1 minus mu0 divided by the covariance observed with respect to the abnormal population. So if you take like this also, you have an extension of the univariate structure. And this is our binormal, multivariate normal area under the curve. Now further, we need to identify the optimal cutoff. So we took we adopted the optimal test criteria given by Udin's index, where it is called as J is equal to maximum of sensitivity plus specificity minus 1. So like this. So wherever, let us take 100 data points are there, all of the 100 data points, wherever we are in a maximum J value, the corresponding score will become the optimal cutoff. The corresponding score is nothing but this U. Okay, U will give us the optimal cutoff. I will show you the results there. And the idea what I conveyed a couple of minutes back is that identifying the precision of a linear combination. It purely works on the ANOVA structure, and this linear combination has can be defined in terms of the multiple correlation coefficient among the variables. Okay, generally what we say is the test of the significance of the model generally observed with respect to the regression, sum of squares due to regression or something else. Error variance. Now what we try to do is we try to use the multiple correlation coefficient and sample correlation coefficient between the pair of variables, and we try to derive ANOVA based technique to verify whether the obtained linear combination is significant enough or not. And this is that expression which will tell us the F statistic value and the corresponding P value. All the codes were run in R, and I will show you some results here. We have taken, I will take some 2 to 3 results illustrations here. a stat-log hot data sets which is available, and this is the linear combination. As I said, using Udens index Udens index optimality test, a cutoff value is 7.27. So what we try to see is, once we include all these inputs, we get a score. If the score is less than or equal to 7.27, we say the person doesn't have any abnormality, does not have any abnormality. If not, there is some sort of a likelihood of risk. And further, we have conducted some bootstrap estimates, and accuracy was observed to be 0.94. Means the model is, the classifier rule is able to identify 94% of accuracy of the model. Now, coming to sensitivity part, how to understand this sensitivity is, out of 100 cases, this classifier rule is able to give us to identify 87 cases as a true positive cases. 87 cases as the true positive cases. So this is the curve which got generated for this data. Seems to be better one. The curve as peeps to the left top corner is the better one. Okay. Now another point what here we can understand is the precision of a linear combination is insignificant. Insignificant means this model, this linear combination may not be reliable. Now the question comes, even though accuracy is high, sensitivity is also high, okay, but still because of several parameters, because the irrelevant contribution of the parameters may shoot up to show the model is imprecise enough to use for further classification. So this made us to lead to variable selection and to see whether the model is of more preciseness or not. Okay. Further, if you see spondylolisthesis data set, this is another data set where we worked on. Here, 6 variables are there. These 6 variables, using the 6 variables, we got a linear combination. Okay, and cutoff may be negative or positive. Cutoff may be negative or positive. Okay. Anything to convert? Anything to convert?
Some status.
Fine. Now precision is observed to be significant. So what does it means is, with all these variables, we will be able to detect 95% of true positive cases. This is for a really very good result what we got. I think someone has to move the mic. Sorry for this. Okay, and further, whatever data set what we had is this hernia. This hernia data set. Rajagopalan sir. Rajagopalan sir. Sir,
yes.
Could you please mute your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, so using these 6 variables, another data set we have taken, and it was also so precise enough to give the model. So this also gave 90% accuracy. Now next we move to selection of variables. Relevance of individual markers needs to be assessed, and then we reworked on the partial F statistics, because a pairwise of variables to be taken, how the stepwise regression work, the similar logic we have taken, but we depended upon the F statistic, which is based on the multiple correlation coefficient and between the pair of values. Okay, so like this we moved upon. This is the structure what we got for ANOVA structure, what we got for variable cell, and this is the algorithm which I can tell. First we have to list out KC2 combination. Why KC2 means the F statistic purely depends upon correlation, so we start with 2. Okay, like this, compute F for all KC2 combination, include the largest F value, and remaining you identify, calculate the partial F statistic. This is for full model, and then partial F statistics for the remaining markers. If any marker is satisfying this condition, then include that marker with the largest partial F statistic into the model. Likewise, this iteration will make us to identify the most relevant indicator variables or independent variables. If it fails at the initial step, then we cannot we can have to terminate the process. And if you remember the stat-log hot data set, it was insignificant. And when we tested for each and every independent, because of the combined effect of some different factors, we couldn't find the preciseness of the model. When we applied this variable selection over the logic of using partial F statistic, we got a model with only 7 variables, not of 13 variables, which is very handy enough for any medical practitioner or any statistician to come out of a decision with just 7 variables and see the preciseness of the model as well. And now the next question comes: how about the accuracy and sensitivity? Look at this accuracy. We have not. The accuracy is more or less the same, 93.6 and 93 roundly, and accuracy true positive cases is around 85 and 86. Okay, so this variable selection have worked out in a better way with a simple model rather than a full model and a complex one. So this is handy enough now. Similarly, we have applied for the logic is applied for 2 different data sets. We got 5 variables instead of 6. Here also 5 variables instead of 6 variables. Now, yeah, this is the accuracy. If you see this AUC also 94, 92, 89, 89. So without much loss of, I should not use this technical term, without loss of information, I should not use, because that has a different scenario. But I think without any kind of a true discrepancy, the true discrepancy is very minimum. Okay, so the logic of stepwise has worked out in reducing the complexity of the model and without giving discrepancy in the accuracy of the classifier, with the better what we say true positive cases. Okay, now this is one set of scenario. Okay, and another set came to our mind that most often the monotonicity proper, we focused on one of the property of the monotonicity. What is that is, as I already explained, that the false positive rate, if I arrange them in a percent, they should have a monotonically increasing property. Now the next question comes: what happens, or can we identify a curve which is not proper? This is a proper ROC curve. Okay, with a naked eye I can tell this is a proper ROC curve. I will give you one more instance. This is another ROC curve generated for some other data set. Now here what happened? But this is also ROC curve. It has a lesser accuracy than this, but the question to be raised here is the monotonicity failed, and it is crossing the chance line. These two are one of the prominent points that are to be focused theoretically, and then it should be addressed in a practical point of view. So this led us to work on a nomenclature called improper ROC curve, MROC curve, or not proper MROC curve. Okay, and here how to detect whether the curve is proper or improper. We have 2 measures. One is inflection point, the other one is crossing point. Inflection point is nothing but from where the monotonicity failed. Then crossing point is nothing but at what point the curve crossed the chance line. Okay, curve crossed the chance line. So crossing point expression comes like this. For this time I have reduced all the mathematical structures, but I try to explain the idea so that I can make it clear to every one of you. And the inflection point depends upon this. Okay, so the inflection point is where the monotonicity fails. Inflection means from where the dip has come, and then crossing point, at which point it crosses the chance line. Now this is the model. Here I have used the ILP data set, and this is what from the Indian liver males data set and complete data set. The curve we got like a reverse S-shaped curve. Generally what we say, this accuracy is very less, we cannot consider this curve, like that we talk, but results will be presented. But now the question comes, when the curve is not proper at all, how we rely on accuracy, how we rely on sensitivity, how we rely on the cutoff. These questions should be addressed. Okay, so this inflection, at this particular point, the monotonicity failed. At this particular point of value, there is a curve has crossed the chance line. Similarly, one more instance, it fails the convexity, right? It's a convex hull. Okay, it fails the, and this is another illustration. This is with the naked eye I can tell this is not proper. But this is one more simple one more illustration where with the naked eye, I can say it's not seems to be a normal, but at this particular point of FPR, false positive rate, it failed the monotonicity property. Okay, so like this we can do lot many, and these are all some observations what I want to put forth in front of all of you on this big day for a statisticians. Okay, these are all my small, I mean, these are all some ideas which I wanted to put forth in front of you. And these are some selected references which we worked over the years, which have read over the years. And these are all our papers testing the precision of the linear combination, which was published in the proceedings. And this is the paper I was referring, binary classification using multivariate ROC curve for continuous data, Journal of Biopharmaceutical Statistics. And improper recently got published. Okay, and selection of markers in the framework of this multivariate ROC, published in Communications for Statistical Applications and Methods. Okay, so this is the textbook what Mr. Swaran, Dr. Swaran was referring. Recently, I mean, 1.5 years ago, it got published by CRC Press. Multivariate Statistics made simple. It's I am the co-author. I mean, author is my guide, K.V. Sharma. So this is my standard last slide where I say that I strongly believe, because I admire Professor Rao, a statistician role is to data. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity on this thing, and really this moment has made me a great memorable day to do a talk on his birthday. Give a talk on his birthday. Thank you, the RG, especially Rashakar, for making this event very grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your lecture. Any questions from participants?
Can I ask one quick question to Vishnu?
Yes, sir.
This is Rakesh Srivastava from Baroda. How are you?
I know. Yes, sir. I am good, sir. How about you, sir?
Okay, I just wanted to have one quick observation. Number one is that, is it that your ROC curve is data sensitive? That because different types of data you are getting different kind of curves, and you are talking about improper MROC.
Sir.
So can we talk something about the robustness of ROC curves or something like that, or does it depend on data?
No, we can. It really depends upon data, sir. Actually, it really depends upon data.
It depends on data.
Yes.
Okay. Because I think that you have taken different data sets, and for different data sets, the AUC is coming around somewhere 0.9, and that means it's a very good test actually.
Yeah, because every data point acts as a cutoff here. And for every data point, I mean, you also worked in that area, I remember. Okay. Yes. So every data point works as a cutoff, and for every data point, the coordinate of false positive and sensitive gets generated.
Exactly.
Thereby, so thereby it's the curve purely generated through data only.
Yeah. Correct. And the second very simple, I don't know whether is an observation or what. When we are using multivariate normal distribution and we are talking about the covariance matrices, sigma 2 and sigma 1, I hope that you are taking that they are different, right?
Yes.
We are assuming that they are coming from two populations, so they are different.
Sir, here I wish to say that the assumption generally when we take multivariate normal populations, let us take two multivariate normal populations, we will get sigma naught and sigma 1.
Yes.
So generally we make an assumption that sigma naught and sigma 1 are equal.
Exactly.
Okay, but we developed that MROC model assuming there is no, I mean, even though the assumption of sigma naught and sigma 1 is equal, even that fails also, MROC curve will not get affected because of that minimum principle. Okay,
because
and when you see the SU and U,
because minimax.
Yeah, because of the minimax. That is the advantage of our model. Okay, when you see the CU and U model, they have taken two considerations: proportional covariances and another, what you have mentioned, sigma 1 and sigma naught equal to same, and sigma 1 and sigma naught are not equal. Okay, they have taken and they have developed two models, and then they worked on that. That was a bit complex in a practical point of view. Okay, so when thorough reading of that, we came to know this. We come across this minimax principle where it was accommodating both the covariance structures, and even though it is equal or unequal.
Correct, correct. Okay.
Sir,
Thanks, Vishnu.
thank you. Thanks to hear from you.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vishnuvardhan, sir, for presenting
Thank you,
this
thank you,
lecture.
sir. Thank you, everyone, for patience listening, and thanks for the comments. Thank you. Observations.
Okay, next session will be from Dr. Saravana, sir. I will introduce him. So, Dr. Saravana, he is a principal data scientist and big data advanced analytics in Prudent Technologies and Consulting USA. Sir did his MSc, MPhil, PhD from SV University, Tirupati. Sar has having 13 plus years of experience in designing and developing of all the stages of big data and analytics solutions to solve specific business problems like forecasting, pricing, promotion, and so on. Having a strong background in advanced data and statistical modeling techniques, and helping clients identify and predict patterns underlying in the data. Hands-on experience in building statistical and machine learning and deep learning on big data. He is having hands-on experience in working with variety of RDBMS and non-RDBMS software tools, and having an experience in transforming business problems to data science problems, designing and developing end-to-end analytics, data science product life cycle, experience in training and building various supervised and unsupervised machine learning, worked for USA top sports, fashion, CPG, grocery, and telecom brands, includes Pepsi Americas, Frito-Lay, Nike, Adidas, all those companies. Played distinct roles in a project, junior statistical assistant to lead principal data scientist. Experience in working with various departments, IT, marketing, pricing, finance, planning. Sir is having a good knowledge in software and tools, in particularly SAS, SPSS, R, Python, in especially big data, Hadoop, Hive, Spark. He's having a good, strong knowledge in the software orientation. We are very happy to have you here, sir. I request you to present your sessions. Thank you for coming here.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Venkateswaran, for a nice introduction. Yeah, and thank you, Secretary Sir, for giving me this opportunity. Is my voice audible for you guys?
Yes, sir, it's audible, sir.
Cool. So, I'm a little bit nervous to present anything in front of incredible people here. But I would like to share my experience in my data science journey. I know I switched to data science world, but Murali sir has given very nice talk, even though no presentation or anything. So he clearly explained, so data science. So all the data science means is it's very. I like the statement he mentioned, which is statistics is taking its form, various forms. So yeah. So thank you. And so first, before I jump into my presentation today, I would like to wish a very special happy birthday to our beloved Dr. or Professor C. Rao Garu. And I have no close relationship, but I unfortunate to met him. One of the event happened in SV University. When I was doing a PhD, I think during 2004 and 2005. I don't remember exactly that event happened, but I had an opportunity to physically shook his hand. So that was very nice. And my professor was telling about him. My supervisor is Professor Subram Reddy Garu. So he used to tell when he was trying to teach me. So he used to tell about him as well. Especially like the father of statistics, Arya Fisher. So he did work under him. That's what level of knowledge he has. And even though I am not really with him or anything, right? Like eminent people, they create pathway. They impact people. It doesn't matter. You don't want to meet them personally, or you don't want to have any engagement with them, but obviously they make impact in your life as an inspiration, as a role model by doing their actions. So I believe in that as well. So that's they create a pathway for us and everyone. And you know, the one beautiful thing they do is they unite people. That's I like. There is no religion or no caste, no creed or anything, so or no region, irrespective of wherever you come, they unite you. You know, that's such a power, incredible power they have. So you know, I'm very happy to be part of this event, and again, thank you, PRR sir, for this wonderful opportunity. You know, so let's get started. So today, I'm not going to talk more theory or anything because you know, you guys, you know, experts in that, and but I would like to share my practical experience, and mostly to give some message to the people, the young students who are interested to you know, start their career in data science field. So okay, let's, without any ado, let's jump into the presentation. You can stop me at any point if you have any questions, and I also I do you know, respect the time, so I'll try to go a little faster and you know, finish it as quick as possible. And the most of the talk I'm going to talk is mostly like a very generic, and you should be able to understand easily. So let me go here and share my screen. Can anyone say, do you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, as Venkateshwaran mentioned, I do have, I added one more year because it includes this year. So I have, you know, fortunate to work in IT industry, especially with without losing my background. So my background, I love statistics from, you know, the day one I joined in a MSc in 2001. So I always fear about, you know, choosing the career, you know, to where I lose the statistics, right? But unfortunately, I'm stick with statistics all the time. So which means I always deal with the data. So today agenda is, so we're going to talk about like, so what are the things we need to remember as a statistician? It is not for only, I mean, not for the audience who are here, but who are watching on the YouTube or someone, so they can, like a very fresher, you know, they want to first understand what they want to. And I just give a data science, what is data science is, which is Murali Mohan sir given very nice explanation. And we'll talk about the difference between natural intelligence and AI intelligence, like artificial intelligence. And then we'll talk about what is the business model. And the key thing here is you will take, like, you know, what is the role of demand forecast, you know, so you see what exactly it is. So what to remember. So this is a very so people, like I saw a lot of people, so they don't, even though they have MSc statistics or anything, they lack of, I mean, I think Vishnu mentioned very clearly about that. I echo the same thing. I just want to share these ideas. So all these points I'm sharing is from my you know, own experience and learning from the reality. So we, as a statistician, we have to always remember you are dealing with uncertainty. So any problem is given to you, it involves uncertainty. If there is no uncertainty, there is no statistician role. So remember that you will be facing uncertainty phenomena and be ready for that. Okay? So in uncertainty phenomena, what you are doing, you are estimating the chances to things happen, and then you're studying the patterns, including the randomness, right? So the terms are very important, and so we would we need to digest those terms and take into your blood vessels. So, and then next one is so you have to be careful when you are applying your statistical techniques. Make sure you have appropriate data, right? So why we need to appropriate data? So because you are supporting a decision making process. So a statistician supports a decision making process at the end of the day. When you're supporting the decision, so you need to know what data you used, and you need to know the evidence. Without evidence, you don't support anything, right? So make sure you use the appropriate data. And then historical occurrence, right? So if something is not happening historically, I don't think you do anything. There are some different techniques. If it is a very new phenomena, then there are different techniques. But when you talk statistically, you have to have some kind of, it may be less evidence or anything. So you need some kind of historical evidence that certain things happen. So, and then the next thing is aware of the unmeasurable factors. So when you're dealing with uncertainty phenomena, there itself you have is right. So you can only measure certain factors. Certain factors, random, right? Some may be random or maybe not measurable. So aware of those things, because then only you can deliver the right support for decision making. So that's where, like, if it is random, means that's where qualitative. That's why quantitative and qualitative decisions together makes the best decisions. And always remember, we study the variation, right? We study the variation in the data. So if there is no variation in the data, then there is no need of statistics. So which means you need to look at the very first thing, you look at variations. And next thing is, like, anything you do, make sure you impact the business. If you are not impacting the business, means you're not giving the value. So it's a value. Everything is value oriented. If you are not showing the business impact, it doesn't matter, it's a personal life or anything. So you have to impact. And that impact should be measurable. Okay. So make sure that. And the next one is interpretability and accuracy. Very two key performance indicators we use, right? So whatever you discover, that should be interpretable. So now the machine learning, deep learning came into picture, and interpretability is a little bit not as robust as the statistical approaches, but we have to be careful with the interpretability and the accuracy of what you are doing. And last but not least, the collaboration is very important. So that's clearly Murali Mohan sir said, the collaboration, right? It's becoming interdisciplinary activity. So that's why I used to say, there is one line in Bhagavatam, like saying that, so when a devotee asks, like, where is the God? So God is like everywhere. He's there and everywhere, wherever you see. Like that, statistics, right? Statistics is everywhere. It's human nature. Statistics is knowingly, unknowingly, everyone is a statistician. I have one blog written on that. I'll share later at some point. But everyone is knowingly, unknowingly applying the statistical techniques because everyone deals with uncertainty phenomena in reality. So I would recommend these points. Remember always these things and make sure, prepare well for these particular points. So these are very key in any business or problem solving skills. So this is everyone knows about this. This is what we do, right? So we see what happened and why did it happen. We look for insights, and then what will happen. And then once you know what will happen, you can make it happen. So that's called prescriptive analytics. So it's nothing but operations research related, like you're optimizing your odds. Okay, so next one is, this is the diagram what interdisciplinary activity Murali Mohan sir is talking about. So I think most of us know about this. I'm not going to spend much time on this. But I look at, right, statistics everywhere, but
because the IT is taking place, IT taking control of it, then they put it mathematics and statistics as a separate box. But that's okay. That's why I mentioned, like, we need to be open. We cannot stick to certain things. So we need to change according to the. Okay, so this is the high level approach I always look at. This is how I define any business problems, right? So one hand, you have a data and you have a business processes. So that's where we are. This is what we are missing when we study. When we are studying academically, these things are, this gap is already there. So I think now we are reaching to fulfill this, and I think I see very good improvement in, like, the curriculum changing, and the curriculum is bringing industrial experts, and you guys doing phenomenal job on that. So really appreciate that. So the business process and the customers. Processes and customers, these are very important things, right? They reflect the outcomes. On the other hand, what we are doing is we are doing the advanced analytics with our approaches. So I call it as a statistical process, but now the terms are changing. So AML processes. So then what we do is with that, so you identify the patterns and then recommendations, and you give any automation. Means you're not doing manually anything. So you build one algorithm, and then that will take care of everything. That's automation. And then you apply everything on your business process. Finally, you will get your outcomes. The business outcomes, it can be either dollar or it can be a service, model. Okay, so now I would like to spend a little bit more time on human intelligence. So what we do on daily basis. It is not only applicable for retail or demand forecasting. It's for very generic. So I took a Rajnikant picture, but anyhow. So here, so this is what driving human, right? A need or a problem or a goal. It depends on whatever way you are looking at. These are the three things, major things driving the human, forward. If you don't have all these three things, which means you are, I don't know how to define that, right? So need, problems, goals. So what happens when you have one of these, or you can have a mix of those? Then you collect the information. Your mind, you're collecting the information associated with that need and problems and goals. And then you're storing in your brain, right? You're storing in your brain. Then you're looking for the solutions or possibilities. So those you can call it statistical methods or whatever to solve your problem or approach, right? Then once you have that, then you are making decisions and planning. So you're making decisions. This is a very important thing we make, right? Every second we make decisions on anything. And then we plan. So decisions you make without a plan or with a plan also. But there is caveats. Without going further details, I'll go a little first. So then once you have those decisions and planning, then you are executing them, right? You're taking actions. Otherwise, it's useless. So when you are executing the plans, then what happens, right? Results comes or outcomes or consequences. Something will happen when you do something, right? When you take an action. And then once you, based on the outcomes can be many things based on whatever need it is. Then based on that, you are experiencing it. You're experiencing and learning from it, right? The learning from it, human learning. This is the human learning cycle. It can be defined in different ways also, but I thought this is a good way of doing it. So human is learning by his experience. So this is the human nature, right? Human, we are trying to mimic ourselves, we are trying to make ourselves, clone ourselves in the form of machines. Okay, that's where machine learning. It's very simple. Like the words are a little bit complicated, but it's very, very simple. Like it's exactly what we do. So this is human intelligence. Then you coming to the things. The four things you do is like you're learning, you're storing some information, and then you're solving some problems and taking decisions. This is the exactly we are mimicking. These are the cognitive functions of a human. You're trying to replicate this or clone these features in a non-human, means machines. So you might heard about her, She's the Sophia, a humanoid robot who has citizenship, credit card, the first humanoid robot. And the math behind and the process computing. It's interdisciplinary activity, and then so this is what we are trying to. We call it as an artificial intelligence. So a non-human is doing the human things, right? It's a higher level. But are we there? Are we there at? So the answer is no, not there. Will we be there? Yes, we will be there, but not as capable as we are, because human, the God has given like a natural thinking process to humans. So that putting it in place will take some time. I don't know when it happens. Okay, that's the difference. So now the key is data here. When you come to artificial intelligence or machine learning related concepts, the data is very important. Is it new? Is not at all new. Everything is there. Everything is from years, centuries is there, but now it's getting popular, but there are some reasons for that. So we'll look into that. So the more the data, the better the decisions. That is the slogan of artificial intelligence. Okay, so the use cases, I talked about the AI use cases, right? The robots, we are making robots to make what? The next very important thing, which, blasting this, the terminologies, AI, big data, it has been there long back, but it's coming like a huge revolution because of these kind of application usages. The driverless cars, one of the very important, lot of money spent, has been spending, and a lot of improvements, developments happened in this area. Driverless AI. And then natural language processing, right? See, we are communicating, but the machines won't communicate. We do, but we are there. We are there. That we are replicating our communication process using natural language processing. And the recommendation engine is a very popular, used in websites or anywhere. When you go somewhere and you don't know anything and you're trying to buy something, so the machine is telling you, hey, buy this. Someone bought this. Oh, you bought this, someone bought other things. So you can see like Amazon, Flipkart, any website or any business, you see that application become very popular, right? And the facial recognition, another thing. I don't want to spend time on space. So you might seen recently what happened. The SpaceX is launched 2 humans in the space station without any small glitches. That was a wonderful mission done by SpaceX and NASA together. Okay, so these use cases are done by whom, right? Like there are eminent industries, like they're like a big companies who are spending billions of dollars, to develop these kind of algorithms. So I marked some of them here. I yellow marked, so you can see the industries. And all these things are happening because the big thanks to information technology, right? It never before like this. I know you guys already experienced it, right? If you want to get an article which is already written, it was like a pain in everywhere, right? You don't know whom to approach, you don't know whom to contact, where to contact, how to contact, and everything. Now information technology is available, ready for you, open. Even it's not paid. So that's why this evolution is happening significantly higher than whatever you see like a 5-10 years back. And now the rapidness in the technology evolvement, or this kind of technology is evolving because of this information technology, right? Information is readily available and free. Technology is available free. So all you need to do is you need to learn and use them properly with not forgetting about ethical, moral values. Okay, so now the question is, are you concerned about the increase in artificial intelligence? Not seriously, right? It's going to eventually help a lot. But this guy is a funny talk, but it's decreasing real intelligence. It may make humans lazy if you don't use it properly. Anyhow, so that's the AI and data science introduction. So just want to jump into business model. So this is a very generic business model. So an idea creates a business. I will go a little bit faster, but make sure it will be clear. So to create a business can have two of things. One is product or a service. Is a product-based company or service company. That is how you classify any business. I give given examples. So what is their goal? Their goal is, of course, right, when you're doing a business means you want to revenue and increase revenues and profits. And people say, okay, yeah, I want to make sure my customer is happy. Why they're making sure customer is happy? Because they want to get money, obviously. But anyhow, so that is secondary here. So then, how do you get these things? These two goals, how do you achieve them, right? You can achieve them in two ways, right? Or it's one way actually, but that's two ways. It's very simple. If you are doing a business, you know your demand, which means know your customer. So the demand is very key for any business success. So obviously, forecasting the demand is the key for any business you take. If you don't forecast or predict your demand, then you cannot take a proactive plans or proactive decisions. So then your business will not grow. Simple logic, high level. So now you see that, right? Demand forecast drives everything. That's why it's a very key. Your goals, the goals can be maximized. I'll go into the goals later. Already mentioned about this. So if you want to reach some goals, you have to take actions. If you want to take actions, you have to take decisions. Before you make decisions, you have to have a plans. Those are proactive plans. If you want to make a proactive plans, you have to have a accurate demand forecast. So that is the base. That is the base for any business to achieve your goals in a proper and designated. So these are the two business case. Any business users. Why I'm bringing this up is I struggled a lot because these are economic terms which are not at all taught in your even your MSc or anything. It's a very simple thing, but someone has to learn themselves. But it would be nice if you guys introduce these kind of business KPIs in the any one of the chapters or anything. And here we're talking about over operation research problem here. So simply, so it depends on the problem complexity. You choose appropriate technique. So I'll quickly skim through different terminologies here. So because you have to understand this before you go into this forecasting thing. So what is time series means? So lead time, very important. The lead time is the time it is allowing you to make a decision. So certain things you don't have lead time. In that case, you don't need any forecasting. So forecast can be a short-term forecast, long-term forecast based on your business use case. So why is forecasting required? Which I already covered. Means to make a proactive plans or efficient plans or effective plans, you need forecasting. So the benefits are many. As I mentioned, like I said, everything means it's a many, right? If you want to know, so what is the right price? What is the right product, right store, right quantity at the right time? You need to have a forecast. And then if you want to do your plannings are many, like operational planning, strategic planning, demand planning, capacity planning, logistics planning. Every planning is tied with this one single number, demand forecast. Okay? If your inventory stocks out, that is also one. And then shrinkages, or if your product is dying, you have to know because your pattern explains it. This is one of the use case I just want to mention. Like this is maybe 10 years back I did for one of the client. So if you see here, it's a daily demand forecast. I just want to tell the numbers here. So if you see here, the stock before, average stock was 8%, and then the inventory, backroom inventory means stock up or heavy, 24%. And then the salesmen are required to do this, to manage or to operation this process if 1,000 required. If you, the other side, if you see after, this is 10 years back, now it may be evolved significantly. So it may be automated, semi-automated. So see the out of stocks reduced 12%. This is one POC we have done, and then the backroom went less than 20%, and the salespeople come down from 1,000 to 850, because you see the human cost is very, very high here. So you're reducing the people is very significant. You're saving a lot of money, plus a lot of human bias you're reducing. So, but you can, it's reducing the people is nothing but it's not like just you are firing them. You will make use of them in different ways. So that is here. So that's the importance here. The another thing is, like, there are here, it's advertisements are very, very popular, like the weekly flyers. So now they want to know which product should be on front page, which product on inside page, and then how can we, when, at what time you need to have these kind of things, right? That's what I mentioned here. What page, right product, right store, right time. And also useful to vendor negotiation. So vendor negotiation means vendors, if I'm a store, a vendor will give me the money to promote their products in my store. So in that case, I can, with this forecasting, I can negotiate those vendor funds significantly. So like that, use cases are many. If you see here, you can use it demand planning, allocation planning. Allocation means product allocation. Which store has to have, how much product, how much inventory, and all this. Replenishment every time. It's a if the product is getting sold out, you're well ahead of predicting and replenishing the products in the shelf. Financial planning, if you're budget plannings, right? You want to get money. If you want to run the business, you want money, right? You have money like 3 months before, 6 months before, based on your financial budget. Forecasting is required. So I'm going to say everything, you can read it and you see it. So these are the numbers we have seen. I have seen practically, the forecast accuracy, we have seen the range from 5% to 25% increase. So when I say the increase in the accuracy is like, let's say if you are $1 billion, and if you are like a 1% improvement in $1 billion is huge amount. You are saving a lot of money. That's where this business is like a very high. And out of stocks reduced 10 to 20%. Overrides means some people don't believe in statistics. That is another big challenge we face. So we build the models, we build the solution, but some people hesitate to use those numbers because they don't believe in it. So that's why I have done one analysis, like a override analysis. So what they do is when they are approving the final recommendations, so they override our forecast, our recommendations. Why they override? They don't know why. I mean, they don't tell the reason. It's very hard because it's a big team and everything, right? So we put a mechanism where you capture those overrides and identify what is happening. So we have seen, we improved 50% override. Means they no need to override anything. They can just rely on the and just blindly they can up. So, but they're still overriding. So that's also revenue growth, revenue, margin, profit, how much profit is this. So all tied together. So just quickly, a typical retail system. I'm taking a retail example here. So this is the very typical retail system looks like. And you will have a ERP system where everybody is connected. It's a if you see left side, it is a decentralized ERP, and if you have ERP system, it's a centralized system. So everything is properly organized. So because data is very important. When you are demand forecasting, you are like you have to get the data from planning, from sales, inventory, finance, everywhere you need data. This is a very nice statement if you see. So it's not only important to do things right, but also do the right things. right? So retail landscape looks like this generally. If you look at, you will be the customers are coming from multi channels to shop or do whatever, and then you have a different types of business models. Like you have brick and mortars. You may have omni-channel. Omni-channel is nothing but online things. So, and you will have a different vendors, or different. Like for example, the Pepsi is a company. They sell products in different stores. So that's what I mean, multiple channels, retails. And then customer interaction. Customer interacts with because of the technology evolvement. So you need to know the customers. The next one is the demand management. So this is typically, this solves 90% of the problem, but still there is a 10% still unsolved, which I mentioned, unmeasurable. But if you look at this, right, so your price is driving important factor in your demand. Your timing also important, and the location important. And if your product has any colors, if it is a apparel business, then you have colors, different colors, because people buy colors. So this is all demand management is nothing but you are understanding your customer. When you are understanding customer, it is not like just one customer. You are dealing with millions of customers. When I'm talking about the enterprise level, you're dealing with millions of customers. So then it's humanly impossible to go through each customer and do it. But fortunately, we have the technology evolved. You can do everything at a customer level at this point. Okay, so one of the things we already learned, right? Price elasticity. I mentioned about price elasticity. So there are various models, statistical models you can use predict the elasticity of a demand. So the two things you want to remember when you are predicting the demand or predicting or forecasting the demand. So these are the two things you look at: variation in the demand. You have to understand the variation in the demand and understand the patterns. Those are the two major things. So now we talked about demand and how it works. Of course, the problem can be solved in a mathematical way, right? Then only you can automate the process. Otherwise, it's a little impossible. Or it will be rule-based algorithms. You build rule, like if this true, then do this. If this, then it will be more rule-based. But if you want to solve it more AI-based, non-rule-based AI, and AI also different AIs. So then we go with the mathematical equation. If you see here, it is a function. I am expressing my demand, or I am explaining my demand with the variations of variation in the demand with the different factors. These factors or all these factors represents the customer behavior. So represents the customer behavior. So these are the various factors which I mentioned, right? It can be trend, it can be seasonality, holidays, events, very complicated. You need to understand that business. Sometimes one holiday is good for one product and one holiday is another. So you need to, to be more generic and works for everything. Prices, promotions, holidays, and product life cycle, inventory, then if you need to look at the interactions also. Sometimes what happens is if your competitor, like for example, you have a toothpaste, you have a Colgate and Close-Up, then the demand, if you only look at the Colgate, and you will be losing information here, because the Close-Up, if they are Close-Up running less promotions or less whatever some promotions you are not running, then you lose your business because customers switch. The complex people in the business is a customer. It's very difficult to understand customer. You don't know how he behaves. But thank God that we have data and we can understand what exactly he behaves. With some error, of course, because it's uncertain. Yeah. So forecasting in process, it's a process. It's not just one model building. It is a process. So when you're talking about process, you use the data you need. So don't use the unnecessary data. So this is how I define high level, which is the first one is you get the historical data and you do the data preparation. I don't have a time, so I'm going to go. Then we do feature engineering. That's called, it's nothing but our like, independent and dependent variables properly defining. Feature engineering is nothing but. And then we train them, we build the models. In the model building, we have I have a very nice slide to explain you how it works. Hold on that. And then you evaluate the models. So the model evaluation happens continuously. This is a continuous process, because that's where machine learning, because new data is coming always, and your models has to be refreshed all the time. But again, you don't need to do every day, but based on some kind of algorithms we develop, we do that. And the next one is, once the best model selection, you use that selected model and you send the live data and you do the predictions. This is a very typical high level diagram, pictorial representation of any AI powered engines. So before next thing is the 80-20 rule. So this is everywhere is thing, right? 80-20 rule. So if you look at data in this process, in this whole process, the most of the time takes this 2 steps: data preparation and all those things. This is where the time consuming process, because some industries or some companies are not ready there. That's why future is like a data science is going to be evolved significantly in coming years, because now all the companies are getting ready, because data, they're collecting all the data and making sure the data is ready to do their the next steps. So the data models preparation, right? Very important, because if you don't prepare the data well, this is what happens. It's a GIGO. So garbage in, garbage out. Okay, and the data model should reflect your business process and customer decisions. How it happens is, it's very simple. Like I call it as a demand intelligence data model. So you prepare the data as suits for your business. It's any business, dimensional data and fact data. So this kind of information is not provided in academic thing. So because it's very, very, very difficult, right? It took for me a couple of years to understand this kind of information. So, and then data volume, we're dealing with, let's say I gave one example, you have a paper also, right? We are dealing with the big data. So if you look at here, so Walmart, only Walmart alone, they carry 17 million products. And the number of stores, 11,000 stores. And then if you combine both of them and you see, you will get these many billions of time series. You are dealing with humongous data, right? So then, you need to have some kind of the process which takes care of it. And another thing is, you don't have time to process everything, right? If you are processing, I'll give you an example: sequential processing and parallel processing. So you have like a multiple departments, and you are like a multiple time series, and you are modeling each time sequentially. Then it will eat up your time, because the lead time, that's what I mentioned in the beginning, lead time is very important, right? So going further, this is once you have the build the things, then you have to make sure you check the data quality. That's what garbage in, garbage out, right? So you can read, and it is very self-explanatory points. And the feature engineering, you need to create features. What are the features you need to create? Features are 2 types, right? Like dependent variable, independent variables. So what is your dependent variable? How you want to define that? For example, here, first 2 things: sales quantity, sales amount. Sales amount is dollars, and the quantity is the number of frequency. So what do you want to forecast? Based on that, you do different other independent variables you calculate. So in retail industry, so far I have seen more than 100 independent variables, and of course 2 dependent variables in retail in forecasting. But if you go to some other, there are million possibilities. If I go to neural network or deep learning neural network related, you will have so many features, millions of features. So then some of the how you create feature engineering, how you do feature engineering, and different promotional vectors. It's not, promotion means it's not one thing. They run they want to attract the customers. That's their goal, right? The target. They run so many promotions. There are a variety of promotions they run here in US. And data aggregation, disaggregation, time clustering, I just put one slide, very important, because you're dealing with the humongous data. If you are forecasting, trying to forecast at a very most granular level, then it will take a lot of time. And also the problem is you may not have a proper signal to forecast. That is, it's called data volatility. So in that case, what you do is you borrow information from other products, means similar products. So you aggregate the data to, like, maybe instead of product level, you may go to a category level or subcategory level. So you can see very nice demand signals. So let me quickly share. I'm more conscious about the time also. If you see here, this is at a department level. So these are some signals, like, you have a, the signal is going like that. If I go, you can see some peaks here. They may be measurable. Like, I'll show you that later. So maybe it's woolen coats. Look at this. By looking at this, I can say, man, this business is dying, right? See, seasonally it is working. It's a seasonal product. I think woolen coats. But when you come to this, right, my trend is going down. I can seriously say that something is happening. So then, it's a trigger for the marketing or whoever to, bring live to this product, or extend this product differently, or introduce some different styles. That's again that innovation happens, right? But you need this insight first before to take that action. And you are dealing with millions of products, and you cannot go product by product. You need to have this kind of process in place. Otherwise, you will be losing a lot of stuff. Okay, so I have a multiple time series I can show. That the demand signals, there are different products will have different types of demand signals. That's what I'm trying to convey here. So go back, it's 610. So in demand model phase, these are the phases. So mathematical model definition, that is the very key. What mathematical model you are using. Okay. Then after that, it is pretty obvious things. So once you decide the model, then you build the model on the data, and you evaluate it, and you interpret it. This is what I like when I started, right? The models, you are dealing with so many models. You're not building one model. You're building with thousands of models, I would say. When you say time series, it may be millions of time series you're doing. All models are wrong, but some are useful. I like the phrase given by our statistician, Box. That's where, like, Box Jenkins models. So the demand forecasting model is like this, right? A model can be I'll tell you, this is just you're just literally decomposing everything, and you're predicting them. So there are two types of models you can go with: a multiplicative model and additive model. It can be mix of both. It depends on the business model you define, the mathematical model you define. One example I'll give you here. For example, here I define as a multiplicative model, and now I log transformed it. When I log transformed it, it became a linear model because it's an exponential growth. In most of the retail industry, the demand signal is exponential to the factors. So if you look at the price reduce and the demand goes increase, it's almost exponential. An exponential model works better. It may not work for other business. So you have to be very cautious in selection of the model, what type of model. In the model also, you have different components, right? How you are predicting the trend. Trend can be predicted in different models. Similarly, seasonality with the different models. It's one model, and holidays, one model. So it's not like you can see mathematically it is one model. It is representing the whole business demand signal, but within the model, you have different models. With that, I know I'll, yeah. So demand volatility is a very, very, complex in nature. It's very hard. So these are the variety of models I have been used so far. And we are using mixed of all these ML models and stat models. Okay. This is always, it was very painful when I first, transferring into ML models, because they're very similar to statistical models, but they claim as ML model, but there are some reasons for that. So, but when I mentioned earlier, interpretability and accuracy, if you compare this, statistical models are more interpretable because we build the models based on some assumptions, right? Any model, if you take OLS or any model estimation methods, we have some assumptions and we make it and we see the statistical significance. But the accuracy, compared to accuracy, ML models are way better than statistical models. I would say I would give these two differences, but there are many other differences. Maybe in some other session we can do. Simple exponential models, there are 7 simple exponential models we use. ARIMA, impossible number, seasonal, non-seasonal, N combination, so many other models, right? So, and the key component in demand model is predicting the market mix is very important. So means you need to understand price, because the decisions you make price, the decisions on promotions, because you are attracting the customers, you need to know. That's why the statistical models works better here for the interpretability. But my approach is hybrid approach. Hybrid approach is we use both, but we split the problem into multi-stage model. So it's not only one model, it's a multi-stage model. Simply, one example I can give is time series, right? You decompose this time series, right? Like first you calculate the trend, and then you remove the trend component, and then leftover you can do. It's a very similar concept. We call it a multi-stage model. And then you can include all of this: price, promotion, elastic model, and then shared cross effects are very important. So this is how it works, right? So this is your historical data, and that is what you need to forecast after the blue line, right? So that is your forecast horizon. That is what you're forecasting. And then before you do it, you define what is the training period and the test period, right? The between the orange line and the blue line is a train period, test period, and the before the orange line is. So, sorry. Here, if you see here, calendar events, casual events, outliers, I'm predicting them before I do, because these are related to those peaks. So next, what I'm doing is I'm building variety of models. Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, Model 4, like that. It is on one time series, by the way. And you are doing the same process on millions of time series. Or for time's sake, like say thousands of time series, based on your data aggregation. And then you are using this test period and you forecast it. This we have been doing for years, but this now they call it as a machine learning concepts. But it's okay anyhow. It is exposed and it's getting popular. That's fine, right? That's why I mentioned like we need to be open-minded and collaborative with the people. Otherwise, we cannot stick to one thing because it changes. All we need to look at is the purpose. So the model accuracy, we build various model accuracy forecast measures, because you need to constantly measure your accuracy of the models, because you need to have some algorithms where you can measure your accuracy constantly and send alerts saying that, hey, this model is not working well, maybe this model works better. Or the algorithm we build is automatically the model gets switched. If we'll put some thresholds saying that, hey, if model accuracy is deteriorated significantly with these limits, then switch to the next best model. So don't stick to one model. These things happens automatically. That's why it's called, the things happens human intervention. So the way we build the algorithms to do that. So this is a very well-known, quadrant where you focus, based on your focus, you focus on that particular coordinate and that particular thing, and you focus it and resolve the problems. Okay. So we develop some diagnostics reports and all those things. That's fine. There are forecast limitations because you have to be careful what you can measure and not measure. And then let's say, for example, you forecasted accurately. This is a very good example. And in while execution, you're supposed to spend $10 million. You assumed when you optimize the problem, you assumed you're supposed to spend $10 million, but you spent only $5 million. Of course, your forecast will go wrong, right? Because you did not spend as I assumed, right? So there are some limitations always because you're dealing with uncertainty phenomena. So you have to be aware of all those things. And these are the salient features. You know, it's not only forecasting process for anything. You know, okay. This is how I badly prepared this presentation, but so this is how the overall architecture look like, right? A high level architecture. You will get the data from the any particular source, because when you look at enterprise level, it's totally different picture. Okay, I'll come to that point. So you're getting the data. That's a data collection and ingestion, and then you're storing in the data staging area, and you're doing some ETL process, and then you're storing demand intelligence data model. That's what I explained in the very beginning slides. Then you're building a forecasting engine, right? Your forecasting engine, which takes care of estimates all the market mix effects, and then you are forecasting the base demand. I'll explain what is base demand means if you already don't know about it. Then on top of it, you're doing optimization engine. So what you are optimizing, you're looking at the process. This is what I mean, that how can we make it happen? This is what will happen. This is why it happened. The data what happened, right? This is all. Those are the whole statistics or whatever are human things around these 4 points only. Okay, I don't want to repeat that. So optimization engine. And then once you've done that, then you will have outputs. Outputs will be stored here. Now you are facilitating some APIs where user can go and look at. It's visualizations. You look at and approve. Some can be automatically approved. Some can be manually approved. So based on the thresholds you set up. It's a huge process, but I want to just give. This is the high level overall architecture if you take any solution. And the flow I explained in the previous slides. So these are the main outcomes of any demand forecasting solution. I want to make sure, like the base demand forecast. Base demand forecast is nothing but, let's say, for example, you predicted 100 units, right? But in these 100 units, 25 units are related to price change. If it is a price change is 20 units or 25 units, then the base demand is 75 units. Means if you don't change any price, you will sell 75 units. That's my prediction. If you change the price, now you know, right? If you change the price, I know the price elasticity. So now I know what price I need to change. So how much I'll get, right? That's the...
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, next we are having a alumni meet, sir. So kindly conclude with 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, exactly. I'm also watching the time here. I'm almost... So these are the technological stack, different layers in the application or solution in the process. You can just take a look at. These are some advice. I would like to give some, some inputs or some tips to the students who are watching this. Your estimation is one thing, reality is totally different like this. You estimate your plan is like this, but your reality is this. So, yeah. And you always think, you look at your mirror, even though you're a cat, you look like a lion, but reality is different, right? So you need to know the reality. You can have overconfidence, but yes, you can, not like this much. So what I'm trying to is tell you guys is, so health is very important. So take an inspiration of our, legend. We are celebrating the birthday. See how healthy he is, and he's 100 and he's a very happy man. So health is very important. The rest of the things are, I would say, don't worry about that. That will come automatically. So next one is the team player. You make sure you are a team player. Don't stick to your things. Try to understand others. Try to listen to others. And then based on that, you take consolidated decisions. So you should have this learning, continuous learning. There is no stop for learning. So make sure you do that. and then use appropriate words and languages based on your audience and all those things, because we use a lot of, I experience a lot. So make sure you use appropriate languages, and then always think, how do you make an impact? The trivial things happens, even your presence or not presence, trivial things happens, but how you're going to make impact in anything you're doing, that is very important. And last but not least, I would recommend to improve this quality, which is a giving, sharing nature, which we all doing now. So share with people, so that way you get more happiness than any other features. So with that, these are some books I read, so I am recommending some of the books. You go from business to more deeper theoretical thing. These are some websites you can refer to. Very nice information regarding to demand forecasting. Sometime allows we'll deep dive into the models and everything. We use a hierarchical modeling, and multi-stage hierarchical models. We'll talk about maybe whenever time allows, next time. And so the last thing is what humans will do once AI is fully evolved. This is my answer. So it will be spiritually enlightened. The force will come into picture, so people will be enjoying their peaceful life, I hope. With that, I conclude my session today. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I'm very happy to be part of this event. Thank you one and all, and you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Saravana, sir, for your nice lecture and nice presentation. Any one query, please? Due to time lagging, can I have any one query from the audience?
Just one question, simple question.
Yes.
Okay. So when you talked about that clustering of time series, what are the important characteristics you focus while clustering different time series?
So we look into the mean and variance. That is the one, because that is the main, right? To go into the details, like a stationarity is very important. So based on the stationarity, so you based on stationarity in mean, stationarity in variance, we cluster the things. So that way it will be simplified to adapt different models. So
okay,
so
one related question, just one more minute. So when you mix several time series, then do you think that the same basic optimality criteria will still remain when you go for forecasting?
Yeah, it will, because at the end of the day you are choosing one model.
Yeah, but in between you talked some linear and non-linear combinations kind of things.
Yes. No, but because there are two different components, the components are defined. That's why that the first mathematical model is very, very important. How you define. Otherwise, you lose that whatever you are saying. So that mathematical, how do you define, is very, very key.
Okay. Thank you. I think it was a nice, application talk. It was good.
Oh, thank you. I really, missing the way you guys talk theoretically, but I love that. So thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Saravana, sir, for sparing your valuable time here in this webinar. We are very much thankful to you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Saravana.
Thank you, sir.
Now, going vote of thanks. After vote of thanks, we have our statistics department alumni meet. So now, before alumni, we vote of thanks by our organizing secretary. So I am grateful to all the executive members and Venkateswaran, the organizing secretary, and Hemant Kumar, who have done extensive work for the last 1 month and meticulously planned for this work, for this international webinar. So I am very happy. So now I request perhaps Dr. Venkateswaran to say vote of thanks for the.
So before vote of thanks, I just express to the Professor Reddy, Venkatesh, and Hemant for nice arrangement of the webinar. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
He is Hemant. He is Hemant Kumar, my scholar. He is Venkateswaran. He is now also executive member and organizing secretary of this. Yeah.
Very good evening to all of you speakers, and very good evening to all the participants who are in the YouTube. So today we are at the end of the session regarding to the webinar. So I'm very much happy to present the vote of thanks. So before presenting my vote of thanks, I am interested to present the brief report of the webinar, how it has been happened. So then I will present my vote of thanks here. For our webinar, international webinar, here we have it is related with the Professor C. Rao birth centenary celebrations. Actually, have been planned as a conference, but due to this pandemic situation, it has been converted as a webinar here. So I've been conducted this international webinar in advances in statistics and data science for sustainable human development for 4 days, 7th to 10th. So we got very good response from the all over India and abroad, with the participants count as an 2,300 plus. I'm happy to announce that 2,300 plus participants has been responded, and they have been actively in the YouTube. At the same time, they have been actively in the Telegram group. I'm very much thankful for them for registering this workshop. So we had Professor C.R. Rao birth centenary lecture. At the same time, we had invited talks. So in that day one, we have been went with 2 birth centenary lectures and 5 invited talks. So the program has been started with the inauguration, whereas with an welcoming address by Honorary President of ISPS, Professor Rajshekar Reddy sir. So then it has been switched over to Professor Srinivas Rao sir. Sir has been taken over regarding the inauguration and given the presidential speech. We had a keynote address by Professor N. Balakrishnan sir, Canada. So then we had 2 Professor C.R. Rao birth centenary lectures by Professor T. Krishna Kumar, Bangalore, Professor Raju L. Karandikar from CMI. So then we had 3 invited talks: Professor Kanchan Jain from Chandigarh, Professor P.G. Shankaran from Cochin, Professor R.L. Shinde from North Maharashtra University. 5 invited lectures. Then we have Professor N. Balakrishna from Cochin, Professor C. Satish Kumar from Trivandrum. So then in the day 2, we had 4 birth centenary lectures and 6 invited talks. Among that, Professor Kalyan Das from IIT Bombay, Professor Dr. Venkatramanaya from IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Dr. P.R. Vittal, University of Madras, Professor Anup Chaturvedi from Allahabad, Professor M.R. Srinivasan from Chennai. So then Professor Samajit Das from ISI Kolkata, Professor A. Krishnamurthy from Cochin, Professor V.V. Haragopal from Hyderabad, Dr. Isapatik Das from Tirupati, Professor A. Rajagopal from ISI Coimbatore. So then in the day 3, we had 4 birth centenary lectures and 6 invited talks. Among that, Professor M.B. Rao from USA, Professor S.N. Dwivedi from New Delhi. So then Professor Rakesh Srivastava from Baroda, Professor K.K. Jose from Kottayam, Professor Surinder Kumar from Lucknow. So then Professor T.P.N. Pakala from Mangalore, then Professor B.V. Rao from Chennai, Professor K. Muralidharan from Baroda, Professor D.D. Hanagal from Pune, Professor S.C. Malik from Rohtak. So then in the day 4, we had started with the cake cutting function of 100th birthday of Professor C.R. Rao, living legend. So then we had the messages from the eminent personalities, Vice Chancellor of Mahila University, Registrar of SP University. So then we had a chat with our speakers as in messages. So then we have been played the Professor C.R. Rao documentary film. At the same time, we have been played the messages given, video lectures given by Professor Anand sir. Similarly, we have been got some more messages from Professor A. Mattai sir, Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, Professor S.P. Mukherjee, Professor Ashish Gupta, Professor V.K. Gupta, Professor Bhaktavachalam, Professor J. Sethuraman, Professor Barman. So all those messages has been all those messages has been read in by Professor Sheila Mishra ma'am. So then 2 videos has been played. That is Professor Anand Kumar sir and Professor J. Sethuraman. So then after that, we had an Professor C.R. Rao Parents Endowment lecture given by Professor Ashish Gupta sir from ISI Kolkata. So then we had Professor C.R. Rao Birth Centenary lecture, Professor Debashish Kundu from IIT Kanpur. So then we had in the afternoon 3 invited talks. One is from Professor Dr. K.R. Murli Mohan, then Dr. Vishnuvardhan, then Dr. Saravana. So with these lectures, totally we had 12 birth centenary lectures, Professor C.R. Rao birth centenary lectures, and 19 invited talks. At the set, we had 31 total lectures here. I'm very happy about that, for having all these 31 lectures, and I'm very thankful to all the speakers, resource persons for accepting our invitation to be in the online webinar here for all the 4 days. And also I am sincerely thank our EC members, executive members of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, who stayed all over the day from the day 1 to day 4 and supported us and guided us in all the terms. I'm very happy to have all them here. And also I'm express my thank to the EC members for chairing the session. So from the day 1 to day 4, they have been planned very clearly, and they have been executed in a correct manner. At the same time, I'm also thanking Professor P. Rashekar Reddy sir, Honorary President of ISPS, my research guide, for giving me this great opportunity to organize the webinar. I'm very much thankful to you, sir. I'm also thankful to my friend Professor Dr. Hamant Kumar for supporting me in all the way in technical issues. At the same time, I'm also thankful to Lasya for giving the technical support here. And also, I'm also very much thankful to, last but not the least, the participants. Without them, the program will not be success here. Very much thankful to you. I've been named each and every one. If I've been forgotten any name, it is not any intention. Kindly take it as an normal. And thank you very much. Thank you all. So with this, our day 4 days sessions has been closed here. Participants has been given the day 4 feedback link here. Within 2 days, I will provide the overall feedback link. With that, they can generate the e-certificates. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Bye. Now, next one is alumni. Yeah. So next one is alumni meet of our statistics department, Venkateswara University. So now I am requesting Professor Kodan Ramireddy, the president of our alumni association. So you will take over the mic and you will
Okay. Please enjoy the meeting. Yeah. Bye bye.
Yeah. That is really, every day. Bala.
Congratulations. Yeah. All the best.
Alumni is here, right? We will be happy.
Delegation goes to Hemant.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I thank you, Vishnu. Dr. Vishnu also. Okay, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Satish sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Right, sir. Kodanamadu, sir.
Thank you all.
Okay. So the annual meet of the SV University Statistical Alumni Meet will begin now.
Welcome.
And I welcome all the alumni for this webinar meeting. We could not conduct the regular meeting, as all of you know, due to this COVID-19 problem. So therefore, we are meeting for the first time through webinar for this alumni meet. So I welcome all the alumni to this meet, as many as you have attended. So now, before we start the meeting, so I used to inform that recently so many of our alumni have expired. They are no more, who have contributed much to the statistics. So before we proceed our meeting, we will have, so the people who have expired are, so the person who is actually one of the organizing secretaries for this seminar, Professor Subraidu, he is no more, recently has expired. So he is Professor of Statistics, while he is in service, he is no more. Then Professor K.L.A.P. Sharma, Ananda Padmanabh Sharma of Alumni of Statistics, who is a professor, retired professor of SK University Anantapur, has also expired. Then one of my teacher, statistics lecturer, senior lecturer, Raghuram Raju, who is working in the TTD college, has also expired. And another colleague, another friend of mine, Dr. Jagannath Reddy, who is an alumni, who is a working and retired person from Agricultural University, Andhra Pradesh, has also expired. And another alumni of our association, Dr. K.V. Ramana Reddy, retired practical officer in UGC, New Delhi, also expired due to COVID-19 recently. And another one, though he is not an alumni, but he is actually interested in all our meetings, is closely associated with Professor C.R. Rao. And in the 99th birthday, he was one of the dignitaries on the dais who released the brochures for this birthday centenary celebrations of this year. Professor P.V. Arunachalam. He is also no more. He is a mathematician, professor of mathematics. So he is also expert. So we are we feel sad about all these 5 people about their demise. So we express our solidarity and our condolences to their families, and as a respect of them, so we'll have condolence for about 10 to 15 seconds because it's already late. So just we'll continue the meeting after a lapse of 10 to 15 seconds. Okay, thank you. Then, before we proceed, just I will say a very few words because it's already delayed. So I don't want to make people to wait for a long time. Just we started this alumni in the year 1917 officially, though it was there for so many more than 50 years. Officially, we started with a body in 2017, and to maintain with the mission to have a faster, strong bonds between alumni, students, and the department. And we have certain objectives, which are mainly to provide a platform for meeting the and exchanging of ideas among students, faculty, and other members of the department. That was the main idea. Of course, there are so many other activities we are doing. Now, we could not, for last 3 years, we are doing a lot of programs through this alumni, and every year we are arranging a meeting of the alumni meeting on the birthday of Professor C. R. Rao Garu. So that's why we are conducting this meeting on this day. Now I request, with this very brief thing, now I request our secretary to present a brief report of the activities that have been taken up by the alumni from the last September to this day. So now I request Professor Rajshekhar Reddy, the Secretary of the Alumni Association, to present a brief report.
Yeah. Good evening. Respected President, Professor Kodandamreddy Garu, the executive members of Statistics Alumni, and distinguished Statistics Alumni, Sri Dr. K.T. Reddy Garu, and other alumni members. I have the immense pleasure to share the statistics, some of the statistics activities during the last 1 year. As Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, former Director of Indian Statistical Institute, and Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Awardee, delivered the endowment lecture of C.D. Naidu and A. Lakshmi Kantamma, who are the parents of Professor Padma Vibhushan, Professor C.R. Rao, on 10th September 2019. And the topic he addressed is on big data in Venkateswara University. Professor K. Satyanarayana, Director, IIT Tirupati, attended as chief guest. Professor L. Kannaya Naidu, founder faculty of Statistics Department. Professor E. Satyanarayana, former Vice Chancellor of Dravidian University, alumni of Statistics, and Dr. K.T. Reddy, former Executive Director of JPI Towers and World, attended as guest of honor. And we have a cake cutting ceremony of Professor C.R. Rao birth celebrations by all the dignitaries. Dr. K.T. Reddy and Professor E. Satyanarayana were felicitated as Distinguished Statistics Alumni Award for 2019. A large number of statistics students, alumni, and faculty from IIT and SU University have attended, though it is a holiday, on 10th September 2019. Afternoon, some of the alumni, Dr. G. Marthu Shankar, scientist, Krida, Hyderabad, delivered a lecture on agriculture statistics. Professor G. Viswanatha, Director of School Education and former Professor of Education, REC, Mysore, delivered an educational statistics. Giri Prasad, who is Superintendent of Police and Special Security Force, also spoke on that day. All these alumni were felicitated by Professor Satyanarayana and other retired teachers in the Department of Statistics. Also elected the new executive for Statistics Alumni, SU University, and the term has decided for 2 years. During the annual convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, organized by Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, during 22nd to 24th December, some of our statistics alumni, Professor B. Munuswamy, Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, Dr. M. Venkateswaran, Dr. M. Hemant Kumar, Sri Nagarjun, and me, myself, presented their research papers and delivered their lectures also. I am glad to announce that our alumni Nagarjuna presented doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan in Pondicherry, has received Young Statistician Award, Professor J. Sethuraman Gold Medal. Earlier, Dr. Vishnuvardhan, Dr. A.V.S. Suhasini, Dr. M. Venkateswaran have selected Best Research Papers Awards in ISPS. Some of our MSc students project competition also they participated and they won the first place in 2009 at Jammu, and some of our students also got in the MSc student project competition of ISPS in Cochin for second and third places. On 22nd February 2020, the international conference brochure was released by our dignitaries, late former late Professor P.V. Arunachalam, former Vice Chancellor of Dravid University, so Dr. V. Satyanarayana, and other university dignitaries also participated in this brochure releasing. Later, the alumni has organized the best lecture for the benefit of students of MSc statistics students. Professor R. Sivaswamy Botswana delivered for 2 days lecture on Python software for students, and Dr. R. Prithvivel delivered on R programming on 7th March 2020, and Dr. Dr. Ramakrishna delivered a lecture on R programming in the Department of Students on 8th March 2020 on the Women's Day celebration. Professor M. Subbarayadu, the late Professor M. Subbarayadu, the head of the Department of Statistics, also attended and signed all the participation certificates. Later, he expired on 30th March. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university closed from almost March 16th onwards. Before that, our department also has done one workshop conference that is on the occasion of Dr. R.A. Fisher birthday celebrations. So the department has organized one workshop conference. So these are all the activities. Now, because of the international conference which is proposed by our alumni, but due to COVID, we are unable to organize this one. But we have converted that into a international webinar this one. So for which the day 10th, 7th to 12th, so this is organized by ISPS and our Statistics Alumni Association. So we have arranged 12 Centenary lectures and 19 invited talks. Apart from 19 invited talks, 3 lectures were our alumni by our alumni. So as you are all aware, this webinar is organized both by ISPS and alumni of Statistics Department. I'm very happy that our Department of Statistics is very closely associated with the Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, right perception of starting the society in 1980 in Town, and the first annual convention organized by Department of Statistics. Professor M.P. Sastry was the founder secretary, and with that association, still we are now celebrating many things on February 17th. I think, if I'm correct, when Sharma was the head of the department, we have done research work function right from 1994 onward. After that, the government of India declared National Statistics Day on 2000 on the eve of Professor P.C. Mahalanobis birthday celebrations. Right from 2008, the department is actively organizing Mahalanobis birthday celebrations, followed by workshops, conferences, and other things. And 10, 10, 10. So that is the International Statistics Day. And from that date, we are organizing every year that on the eve of Professor C.R. birthday, that is September 10th, we are organizing a program like that one. So because of this one, we are organizing every year. Professor Sierra also noticed that every year statistics department is organizing the birthday of my celebrations in their department like this. So immediately he has given his consent by donating 2 lakh rupees. So you continuously celebrate this program on 10th September like that. So that's why every year after the enrollment lecture, we will have the statistics alumni meet in the afternoon, and we are felicitating some awards to the distinguished statistics people who are all occupying a good positions. So that are all things which are in. But now today's present situation, we have there is a big gap for motivation. So in that concept, so we are very happy. So because of this sort of lecture, arranging motivation lectures on National Statistics Day workshops for students, for our university students, and training some programs. And ask people now because of some of our alumni who are all responsible. Dr. Vishnu Vardhan helping some of our research scholars in Pondicherry. They are doing PhD. Now slowly our students are going to various universities and doing PhD works like that. So still hoping that some of our students, because now present days there are 70 students and lack of facility, lack of staff members, so it is very difficult. So in that connection, so this type of statistics alumni will help a balance between the like oriented like motivation classes, so some type of students helping classes so that in that way. So that is the main thinking of our statistics alumni. And earlier, we have War Society of India in the year 1999, which we initiated in our department. With that department, we, as you are all aware, that the set of person token system in Tirumala here, which the department is actively involved in various statistical surveys also. And till 2014, the department is very active in TTD works, and our Padam Reddy and Sharma are associated with TTD works about their right. So that I know there is one project work also which we have completed on behalf of the Department of Statistics. Now there, so since because of IPS is located in Temple Town, Talpati, now the headquarters is in Talpati. So we are now because the ISPS is getting royalty from journals, Springer Journal also. So we are thinking to have established one permanent office in Tirupati. Since of ISPS, together with alumni, statistical alumni, we can do and we can help to our statistics students of Venkateswara University. To some students, our objective is to see some students at least getting in either ISI or qualified in India or sometimes getting seats in IIT class sometime. So these are all things we are now thinking and a good scientist. Now if you can take Charvana helped to the department and the evening class he organizes some type of coaching classes for chess, and Ramanjane who is in the Bangalore and he is also helping for us those who are going to Bangalore some for jobs, and he is training for 1 month or 2 months and taking some pays and helping. So there are some statistics alumni without knowing they are helping. But now because I came after retirement that we wish to do, because otherwise the faculty is not there much and students are coming and joining MSc statistics. They are studying more than 70, 80 students, but there is so much gap. So that's why the main purpose of our alumni is to train students and motivate students, because we have very good reports from the all over India and abroad with resource person, no faculty member. So these guys are coming over because of temple. So we are asking them to do some talks now because of this webinar is helping. through. So every we are planning to have online classes like that, so that this may be helping to the student community. So that's why that is the thinking of this association. So now this very happy about to participate, and these are the 1 year development due to for the last 6 months. Oh, due to COVID, we are unable to organize any lectures. Otherwise, National Statistics also is supposed to organize, but we could not able to do it because of this. September 10th is the most important, and that's the thing where we organize this international webinar. So thank you, sir, for the mobility.
Okay, thank you, Rajshekhar, for the nice report. So every year we are organizing some activities through this alumni association, and this year, as you know, because of this pandemic, this COVID-19, we are unable to conduct some of the programs such as debates, competitions, project competitions like this. And I hope at least in the words, the alumni is giving some awards to the distinguished statistics alumni from among the alumni of the university statistics department. And it was said in the last year, and this year also the trend has been continued. And with this view, a committee has been formed with myself as the chairman and Professor Narayana, Professor Dr. K.T. Reddy as members, and Dr. Rajshekhar Reddy as the convener. And this committee has recommended some 5 names for this year, for the year 2020. So this we would like to continue every year. So this year, the committee decided to give these distinguished statistical awards, but we could not present these awards this year because we are not presenting fully. So these awards were presented to the people who are selected this year, along with the people who selected for the year 2021 next year, hopefully on same September 10th, 2021. So the people that were selected for the award for this 2020 Distinguished Statistical Alumni Awards are: one, Professor C. Subram Reddy, the senior faculty member of the Department of Statistics, SV University, who has done commendable research and helped the students and helped develop the department. Now the other one is Dr. K.R. Murali Mohan, who has given a long lecture on data sciences. So he was the director for a from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Then Professor Anand Rajachari, who is also alumni of department, and who is played a key role in the development of OR and SQC at Kurnool. So he has the long experience and a lot of research. Then our teacher, Dr. V. Subramaniam from TTD Colleges, a teacher to many of ours. So he's a very teaching and sober and is nice to everyone. So Dr. V. Subramaniam. And then another one is to Sri K. Lakshmi Reddy, retired DSP, who is also alumni of this association. So these 5 people are selected, and the award for these 5 people will be given in the next year along with the other awardees for the 2021. So this is about the announcement of the Distinguished Statistics Alumni Awards for the year 2020. So, before I conclude, just I would like to hear some of the views or their expertise advice or a piece of say advice to the students by some of the alumni who are available right now in this. So if somebody is interested, so I request them to please, you can give your advice or how to develop the association or advice or other things. So for a couple of minutes, maybe 2 to 3 minutes each. So can I now ask Professor Sharma ji, if available, please?
Yeah, sir, 1 minute. We are also thinking for to initiate one website of alumni association. The alumni also to be registered, that we are planning, because like ISPS, we want to do the same thing for alumni association also. So that is now due to this COVID. Only after next year we will try. Next meeting, coming meeting, that is 2021, September 10th. I hope confident we are going to solve these things.
Now, Professor,
Sir,
good evening.
Professor Rajశేఖర్ sir, all
Yes,
my
sir.
good colleagues, after a long time I am able to see all of you. Nearly 6 months we could not see any of us due to pandemic. And it's a great occasion for me. Now I am on a personal visit at Hyderabad, still able to meet all of you on this great contest. And it's nice that we've been organizing and conducting good activities under Alumni Association. The most energetic person, Mr. Rajశేఖర్ Reddy, we can never find out of that. He is able to do all these things, and definitely this is an opportunity. Wherever we are, we can meet. In a way, if it was a physical meeting, one may not be able to attend. But here there is no question of unable to attend. We can just hook our mobile and then speak. It's a nice event, sir. And incidentally, as we have planned earlier, the synchronization start of birthday is really enormous information today. I have been listening to 3 programs simultaneously. One our ISPS and this program, and another at 10 o'clock. I shifted here of institute, and there was a webinar. I had to link myself, and then I was partially listening to Nellore program also from Simhapuri, where I got a link, and again came back here. It was totally enticing day for me today, and I'm able to see, sir, alumni. There are many people who are retired alumni, I will put it, and all these youngsters, Sharavana, Vishnuvardhan, Harimallikarjun Reddy, Ganesh. Yes, it is time for us to encourage these young people. They should appear as many times as possible. We must extract the energies built in them. I personally feel, only 1 minute, sir, personally feel that what we studied in our statistics courses and what we taught is something different what the society needs. The society needs people who can execute a particular task and get things done within no time. But our days activity was slightly different, even though we were very important to develop the theory, but data analytics. In this, all these youngsters are going on. Let us play our advisory role. Rajశేఖర్ Reddy has a lot of administrators, and these youngsters will, I'm sure that they will flourish and build up a very good statistics platform from SV University alumni. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sharma, for nice advice. Definitely. So, sir, Tirupal Reddy garu, good morning. Tirupal Reddy garu.
Mic on చేయలేదు, I'm sorry. Tirupal Reddy garu, mic on చేయలేదు.
No.
Tirupal Reddy garu, good evening.
Mike.
So, now can I have your message, please?
Well, at the outset, I thank the alumni excellent way to organize the entire program with a meticulous planning, coordinate all the people almost outside the world. Presentation of Dr. Sarvana, whereas given the last slide, the tips, I think that speaks a lot. If it is mainly meant for the youngsters, if at all I'm talking for a lot of minutes, at 1 minute, I think 3 youngsters, I don't know how many of them are whenever somebody joins any organization, I'm telling especially private sector organization, they should have some sort of plan or goal, what they want to be, maybe next year, 5 years afterwards, 10 years, 15 years, whatever it may be. And once the goal would be based on some needs. Needs could be financial, needs could be security, needs growth, or needs could be the ultimate gain. In all this, whatever the personal thing, value based, because they should never forget anywhere the importance of values especially in a country like India, from ages, people have lived for values. In fact, basic needs are mainly financial. That means sustenance. I call them are essential or performance type of values. Focus on the performance, the quality, etc. etc. And once you have that on the basic needs, can I improve the organization? Can I get a better status? The social recognition. Then probably he has to keep on learning. Learning continuous process. In fact, he mentioned sometime back there to health and actually both physical and mental. What I consider is for every human there are three concentrating. One is of course the knowledge, second of course the health, third is of course no economic aspect of it. I can say well. I can say Naraswati Katakshan, maybe Kartik Katakshan, or Lakshmi Katakshan. In all these things, it's like not there. And if what you want to be is based on the basic human values. You should never forget that. India, plenty of literature are there, but on the basic human values, right from the Vedic days. In fact, we talk about people live for values. Harichandra is nothing but living for the truth. People like Karna, etc., are living for something to passion or charity. These all the youngsters never keep these values aside just to fulfill your needs. If you see right now in India, some of the good companies, just because they just there, and I don't want to tell the names here, even for the last 6 months, major 3 or 4 companies lost their name or some small mistakes. Basic human values is, I can say, nobody should hurt either by your don't injury. Next is truth and dharma, righteousness. In fact, if you take our entire India, if you take our flag is of course, national flag is of course dharma chakra. If you see any of our notes, that is, you should have your own control on yourself. In fact, that is very important in any corporate sector. And next is of course to take forgiveness. Number of days where you have plenty of mistakes okay, these are things of I don't want to take more time here now. The youngsters please not forget any values we want your immediate needs, because always interested to make more money, make blah blah and all, but not at the cost of value. But that should be through the dharma. Dharmic way. Dharma moksha is the basic principle which you want to operate. Thank you very much. We don't want to further go on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you already. Thank you.
Yadavendra
Babu, is he online?
Ganesh,
Please, can you?
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Sir, is it audible, sir?
Yes.
Audible. Sir, good evening, sir. Very rare and building experience to see every one of you.
You introduce Yadavendra Babu. Yeah.
Sir, I am Yadavendra Babu. I am 97 and 99 batch student of Sri Venkateswara University. And right now I am working as a manager in Ford Motor Company. And it's a very good experience, thrilling experience. Was never expected and happened in the university before. And this is one of you, sir, Rashek Reddy, sir. And so we are all grateful to you. And in this, the pleasant evening with our lectures and our friends, and with all the presence of our friends and professors, it's make me wonder, and whether knowingly or unknowingly, uh, we have been trying back to our the college days again, to have the experience with the sweet memories with all of you. And it's almost the 20 years, and so such those memories and this kind of the meeting after 20 years enhance our life, the lives, and experience will work as a energy to push factor. And as Sharma sir mentioned, sir, what you taught us in the classrooms, and it's a foundation for us. And after moving to the industry, the academic and industry, it's a completely different. In the academia, it starts with the methodology, and then we will give some example and problem. Here it will come with the business problem. We have to convert the business problem into a mathematical problem, and we have to provide the solution. And whatever the foundation you have given to us, we have built up on the foundation. And yeah, many of us, even and myself, we are doing the excellent job in industry, and even we are helping other teams also. Even I am visiting most of the universities as a and providing the workshops and all those things. The only the sad part I want to say this moment is I have visited many universities in these 20 years, but I visited only one time to the mother university. Only recently in the month of February, I visited and delivered a lecture. And if the department is, if the department invites us to provide such lectures or webinars or maybe the workshops or guest lectures, and it will help the students and the academic for organizing this kind of webinar and World Students Association meeting. And this webinar will help the students a lot. And it is a very good platform to see or to meet all our alumni, maybe the professors, even seniors and my juniors and my close friends. And we have learned many things from you, and it's very thankful to all of you and for teaching us. And only because of you, we are in this situation right now, sir. I am proud to say that you helped us a lot. You taught us a lot. And thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you, Babu Garu. Actually,
you.
Your advice, actually one of our objective is to utilize the rich experiences of the alumni for the benefit and progress of the students. So what you said, we are already having that objective, and in that direction, of course, we are arranging some lectures, workshops, debates. Of course, we are inviting one by one every year because we are only in the beginning. So definitely we'll make use of the expertise of all our alumni to benefit our students in the future. Thank you for your nice advice.
Yeah,
so now,
Ganesh is there. Ganesh.
Now can I request Ganesh to have your few words on this occasion?
You introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Respect to all my teachers, and I'm glad to introduce myself that I did my MSc and PhD from Department of Statistics, SU University, under the guidance of Professor Rajasekhar Reddy. Now I am working as Assistant Professor in National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh, in the Department of Mathematics and Scientific Computing. Sir, as far as the webinar concerned, we have been from 7th September to today. So many tall words has been given the lectures that are so much of informative to the maybe students or maybe faculty members who are working in this area. And regarding our statistic alumni, sir, I wish to share one suggestion. Maybe you can consider a suggestion or maybe some type of advice. Maybe I'm not that much of maybe able to give this advice to you people because you are the teachers for us.
Yeah.
Actually, sir, we have mentioned in the starting of this meeting that distinguished statistician or maybe distinguished awards has been given to the professors who have been retired. Of course, we have learned so many things from those people, and why can't you initiate to the same type of award to the new young people, so that, like, Saravana sir and then Vishnu sir and Yadavan Babu sir, these people will get to, some type of, motivation come into the picture to the new generation, so that they may see the life to the people who are coming from the same department. The new generation people will be think about that, yes, this department is going towards the some other direction, then why can't we do something that like that we how these people have done. So this is my suggestion only, sir. It's the rest of this is depend upon the association. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ganesh. Actually, we thought of it. We are also in that idea. But because we have started only the last year, we are consolidating the many ideas from different angles. And definitely we take into consideration your idea of giving awards to the young people to motivate them and to help the department. Definitely it's a good idea, and we are also at it. Definitely we'll take care of it in the future. So thank you very much, Ganesh.
Thank you, sir.
Now, can I request Vishnu?
So, good evening, one and all. It's really a great day again, because I am covering two generations. Teachers who taught me and the students who I taught. Okay, so Ganesh is there, Swaran is there, Hemant is also there to some extent, and that's a good day for me also. Sir, I joined with Sharma sir and Yadavendra Babu sir. Especially, I focus on a training program. Okay, so that is lacking a lot. Sorry to say this. In our department, now it is a very sad situation. No faculty are there, permanent faculty, and students are at a big number. Okay, so where they go, what they have to do, what they have to decide in the next future, that is a big question mark to each and every student who join our department. So, in view of that, I am already volunteered. I have had made several discussions with Rajshekar Reddy sir, that I have volunteered well in advance, that I am ready to contribute my time for the not, I cannot use the word upliftment, but for the support of the students, especially our department, to tell them what they have to do thereafter and what they should equip before they step outside the outside of the department. I mean, once they pass out. Okay, so that gap of theory and the application should be properly handled by our alumni, sir. That is what I can tell, sir. I'm ready to give a lot of, I mean, with the knowledge what I have got with the practical exposure and this 10 to 12 years of time, I can do my best things to give my best to the next generations. As alumni, I am ready for all sorts of a training, and I have been invited multiple times to the department, but as a part of the webinars and workshops. But specifically, if you arrange training sessions for only for MSc and those who are interested in data analysis area and industry area or corporate area, I can give my best, sir. And moreover, as I am from last 7 years, I am a placement coordinator in Pondicherry University, sir, along with the other teaching and research activity. So in that way also, I can give them in what best manner we should get equipped before you step out of the department. This is what my ideas are, my point.
Okay, thank you, Vishnuvardhan. So I agree with you fully, because if you see some 30 years back.
Sir, I completed my point of expression. I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Your voice is not audible. Yeah, now, please. So maybe there is lag. No, yeah.
Thank you, Vishnuvardhan.
Sir.
So I fully agree with you. If you see some 30 years back, so the department is fully equipped with a well-experienced staff, and the number of students are only about 10 to 15.
Yes.
Now, as the time passes, so now the department, as on today, department has only one full faculty member, and the number of students have increased.
Wow, small. And fully equipped. And fully equipped. computers, everything, but no faculty.
No faculty.
Actually, this was also discussed by myself and Rajshekhar some 2 days back. So what to do in this direction? Of course, alumni has a role, but not have an effective role in this, as you said. We tried our best to give all our support to the students, how to, as you said, before they step out, how to equip for themselves, in what direction, in what way. So that is more important. And I also agree with you, Sharmaji and Ganesh. Our classroom teaching is fully theoretical. We must also equip them with the practical ideas. Now, this we are discussing with Sharmaji from long time, 10 years back. This we are discussing. I think even Vishnu knows this.
Yes.
So, how to do it? That is a question mark, because somehow we have to incorporate into the curriculum. How to use this curriculum? So we try to see that see that at least we can form some sort of a subcommittee or something like that, and you can see what type of practical components can be included in each and every curriculum. Maybe 70% theoretical and 30% practical. Now, unless there is a practical approach, of course, theoretical assessment is of no use. So practical assessment is also equally necessary to come up in a life and to have a good life and a good jobs. Therefore, we try our best to in this direction also. Now,
Yeah,
so Sharon is also there.
I would like to add one thing.
Okay.
Our ISPS is now planning to have a permanent office in Tirupati, because of now ISPS is having so many things every month we have to do something. So that's why we have decided to have a permanent office. In that, because of our good development, and we are also, because of our alumni, we are also associating through our this ISPS. We'll have some type of online courses like on data science or something through this one, and it will be very helpful to our statistics alumni, because what I am, because of ISPS. So alumni, we can also help to our statistics alumni about listening the lectures, selecting some few students and sitting there and training them, those who are all interested about the data science, a data scientist or this one like that. So now slowly, because 2017 while starting, we are unable to start. Last year, we are confident we can do something, and so like that. So we are coming out now. At high time for our ISPS to start office. When office is there, then we are also mixing with our alumni association also there when we want to do something. Yeah.
Sir, one submission, please. Sir, one submission with due respects. If you permit me, I will leave the meeting because our department is hosting an event on CR Rao from 6 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to take a co-host as a co-admin for the running the event. So if you permit me, I'll leave the meeting. I thank each and everyone for arranging this webinar for 7th to 10th September and for this alumni meet also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Good job, Vishnu.
One small point. Any reason for this low faculty or poor faculty in university, please? Any reason?
Because there was no appointments from 2007 onwards.
All of them retired.
All of them retired, no appointments. So government is taking steps to appoint, but somehow these things are going on.
Cases are all like that only.
But of course, we hope in a year or so, there was an announcement by the AP government that will be all the positions in the year. We hope so in that. No, that is only the problem. Okay, now I request Sarona is there. So I thank and congratulate Sarona for his nice lecture on the practical approach on various aspects as covered. So particularly this ego, garbage in, garbage out. Many of the people use statistics. Simply they have the data, simply they apply the technique, they will get some results, they will publish the paper without the consultation of a statistician itself. Of course, even with consultation, sometimes they do it because without understanding actually the limitations of the data or the validation of the data or modeling everything. So in that way, you have done a good job. So we have really a good experience in the practical side. So may I now request you to please give your say 1 or 2 words on this occasion.
Yeah, sure. My name is Salman, and I am 2003 batch, MSc batch, and from 2003 to 2008 is a PhD batch. So I have been associated with the department. I had no breaks with the department, so I have been engaged with the department. Since 2001. So contacted with the professors, students, research scholars, and everyone. And I have been giving the last 4 or 5 years training some group of people who are interested in data science field also. This year we stopped because of this pandemic. And I and Vishnu also thought to do that, but we planned, but due to some reason we stopped because, the virtuality is possible. Other students, it's not possible to join the classes. That is the one reason. Okay, so coming to the things, right? I know, you guys already experienced it. It's politics, right? In politics, yes, we know the department politics and all those things were there at that time. The students were, hesitant to, speak to other professors or either. So this was, but somehow we did not get impact. So we are like lucky people. We have like a very good relationship with everyone because we love with heart, and it's not like we don't have boundaries. So that's why we are very lucky to say about that. But now nobody was there. So everyone is retired, and but my question is, why can't retired professors can take the classes? That is one question. Why can't spend their time? I know it's very difficult to ask because they worked 60 or whatever 60 years, and then now you're asking. It's not a good to ask, but I don't see no reason why can't the retired professors can extend their service. Not only the government aspect of, but the personal aspect. So that is one question. Maybe we can request, right? We can plan and request. So definitely everyone do, because I know most of the people, so they can. That is one. And another thing is we want to concentrate not only PG level. We need to degree level also, because the base seat is happening there. The seats are happening in degree level, so BSc level. So we need to change that also, not only MSc level. So we need to think about degree level also, because I have seen people who teach in degree. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to comment negatively, but the feedback is very bad. So I don't think they're effectively teaching. So which means they don't have teaching skills, or I don't know how to describe that. Maybe we need to think of that. So to change their teaching style, or conducting some, degree level teachers association, contacting with them, understand how they are teaching. So evaluating their teaching techniques, right? That would be also, we can take a look at. That is one thing. And the another thing, so I echo the same what our Professor Samagaru and Vishnuvardhan Yadavendra Babu said. I personally talked a lot. I visited last year in 2018, I guess. I visited and I talked with the Professor Subrait Garu and Sarojamma to come up with a separate curriculum, a separate program. And we planned, and I also worked at some level, but then, these things happened. I know Subrait sir is no more, unfortunately. And this pandemic came, and that was on hold. So I definitely, bring especially practicals. The practicals, the way we teach has to be completely changed, and align with the industrial industrial. That is one thing. And other thing, yes, we are always open to any help or anything. So if you ask, and Rasic Grades or knows very well. So we are open to support any way you guys request. We are here to do that.
Okay, thank you, Sharanam. So, some of the...
I would like to say a few words.
Yeah, Rajgopal, sir, who would like to speak something?
Oh, okay.
Can I intervene?
Yeah.
Can I intervene?
Yeah.
No, I was enjoying everybody's very, very pragmatic views, and Dr. Reddy Garu listening so minutely and seeing what we can take forward, and he really addressed that
One,
is
one
planning.
minute before you are addressing. Yeah, 1 minute. When we initiated the course Statistics and Computer Applications in the year 2009 in the department, it was there up to 15. So by the time I have taken the help of Professor Rajgopal, going all the batch students in the final year to spend 3 days, 4 days in Coimbatore and visiting all industries. So I am grateful to Professor Rajgopal for
Thank you.
taking all the students of
Thank you.
statistics and computers, and many of them are now they got jobs. I think some of them are with you in ISI also. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. What I thought that this at this age, addressing the youngsters' mind and the challenges, I was just having a few ideas that what is going on now, the lockdown situations. I don't know. Some preceders would have talked, and what we have to achieve in these lockdown situations. There are new educational policy coming up where MPhil is taken off, and they are talking about bringing collaborators from abroad. And I can say from Dr. Rao's talk, we were taking statistics abroad, whereas all other subjects from abroad is only coming. This is a big difference I find. Medical science, everything is imported. Automobile science, everything is imported. And at aerospace, I find everything is imported. Textile chemicals, everything is imported. I tell you, I made a product. This is just a simple one. I made it. It is an imported machine. It's a 3-layer mask. Everybody started producing. But this one is, I made a new design and the new product development as a statistical quality control. It is now passed in Alpha Lab and National Physical Laboratory for quality, and all the samples that is to be taken was taken. Why I'm showing is that today personal protective equipments and mask, good quality mask, and very good ventilator machines. Fourth one, I can say the pharma industries. They are looking for mixture design. They want experts who can tell correctly what should be the mixture of drugs. After the China has gone, I was addressing weak China, weaken the China, and take over their market now. What we can do as a departmental people, many people have talked. This planning of new product, analysis of market research, I find that ISPE can do this sort of analysis and put it in the repository and provide to the companies, Confederation of Indian Industries, Chamber of Commerce, Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce. They will definitely take our people that this study was done by them, because I find when it is published, immediately such students are taken. In automobiles, in pharmaceuticals, publication is now going on in the universities only. There is no publication going on in the industries. In infrastructure, it is not happening. Now I am looking that the students publishing their work and then get good employment. This particular time it is possible in 3 industries. One is healthcare industry, where scope is very high, and I find with my limited time I am unable to work, and students can do it. Second is pharmaceutical industry. Third is software industry and data science. Only we can do. Our people only can do, and I find this lockdown situation, new product development is the fourth one I am suggesting. That is not make in India, design in India is possible now, and not selling the same thing again and again. New product development is possible now. And third one, customer perception survey, market basket analysis. They are all using our engineers and software professionals, but we are not doing anything for our India. I find everything is going only insurance. Actuaries is also going for abroad only. We thought that we can have a we can have a good resource management for the industries, so that this can come as a royalty to the ISP. You provide, yes, you can get a royalty. It is possible, and you can only get royalty. I am saying that for small product for Nissan and for small product from Boeing, this small product of mask, we are paying royalty. For IPR, we will get lot of royalty. I wish that we give that in our planning. And Dr. Rao also said in the morning lecture, C.R. Rao also told that how the best combination gives the best results. With this small idea, I thought I am saying royalty. Let us take royalty from the government, royalty from the corporates, royalty from the associations. They will give if we are giving a very good software. It is possible from our side only. Thank you, sir.
So to comment on that, like that is the end goal. So thank you for mentioning that. That's the end goal, and that's the platform we need to create actually. So right now we are facing problem with the faculty and the student, making students into that mode. That is not happening right now. That's the problem. So without those two things, but end goal is whatever rightly said Rajagopal sir. That is the end goal actually. There are many departments do like that. Even Pune department does that. Pune Department of Statistics, because I have some friends there, so they do this kind of work. The students there. Here, the teacher, the professor is like he knows and she knows the industry, and they take the problem from there and they're solving with their students. So that is missing here. That's what we want to.
All right.
Okay, thank you. So, I think we have got a lot of advices and feedback, and definitely we try our best to motivate our students in that direction, and we'll try our best in the future. So I thank all the speakers for their nice advices. Now, before we close, just I want to say one or two things. As I said, the official alumni has been started only 3 years back, and we are getting all feedbacks and other things so that we can create a good website, and we also want to register the association after getting feedback from all of these things. So with discussing with all people our aims and objectives and other things. So this we will do I think in a couple of years. That's one thing. Now the other thing is, every year there will be election of the body. So last year it was requested because of this 100th year birthday of celebrations due to that. So last year they requested the body to continue for 2 more years. So this body continues till next year. So we'll have elections for the alumni in the year 2021. So this is another thing. Now, another thing I want is, of course, to make this association strong. So we need so many members to join. So I request all the people to motivate others, whomever you know, please advise them to join as their members in the association, act for their active participation and their contribution. So we also need some resources for the alumni. Already, as you know, Professor C.R. Rao has contributed 2 lakhs for our alumni association. Professor K.T. Reddy has donated 1 lakh for this.
Satyanarayana 10,000.
Satyanarayana, of course, some members they are joining as members with a donation of 10,000 rupees or so, like that. So we need some resources. I request all the alumni to join as a members first by their subscription, and that way we will be helping the alumni to take more active role in the future. So this is anything, Rajshekhar, you want to say?
Sir, about regarding that accounts only, because we have not used any amount, sir. All amounts are in the fixed deposit in the bank account. As an alumni, I have the pleasure of spending money for the last 3 years about workshops, conferences. So I don't mind. So now next year onwards, well, because the treasurer also appointed by our Yangatramana Chetty. So because is there?
He joined then.
Venkatamana is there?
Venkatamana Chetty, you joined now?
He
Yeah,
left.
he there. Now we have not at all used a single buy because we didn't go to even bank also. That amount, entire amount is in the fixed deposit. It is in the secured. Only we have the pleasure of the alumni. So we are now spending and we are using all the alumni workshops, conferences with different getting funds from the different organizations. Now Venkatamana would like to speak. Venkatamana Chetty is there.
సార్ ఏముంది సార్
మాట్లాడు లాస్ట్ వచ్చావు
ఏముంది సార్ మాట్లాడేది అంతా మీరే మీరే
అందరూ ఈగరల్లీ వెయిటింగ్ చూడాలమ్మా మాట్లాడాలా ఇక్కడ ఇద్దరు ఉన్నారు అక్కడ 6 మంది ఉన్నారు మాట్లాడు
దేని గురించి మాట్లాడాలి సార్
అలంని అసోసియేషన్ వినాలి కదా ఇన్ని రోజులు చెప్పు అలంని అసోసియేషన్ గురించి మాట్లాడు
సో అల్యూమిని అసోసియేషన్ చాలా బాగా వర్క్ చేస్తుంది. రాజశేఖర రెడ్డి గారు, కోదండరామరెడ్డి గారు, కేవీఎస్ శర్మ గారు దీన్ని ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేసి దీని ద్వారా కొన్ని మంచి కార్యక్రమాలు చేపిస్తున్నారు. అది మనకి డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి రీసెర్చ్ స్కాలర్లకి అందరికీ చాలా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. సో ఐ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ మై థ్యాంక్స్ టు రాజశేఖర రెడ్డి ఫర్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ దిస్ వెబినార్ in connection with Centenary birth celebrations of our beloved Professor C.R. Rao Garu, and all the lectures given by different professors in various fields are useful to our scholars and give motivation towards the research. The forecasting models given by Corona also motivates the young researchers to proceed work in forecasting. And in this connection, I also express my wishes to Dr. C.R. Rao Garu on the eve of 100 years birthday, and I pray Lord Venkateshwara to provide good health to our beloved Professor C.R. Rao Garu. Thank you, sir.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెంకటరమణయ్య. ఇవాళ అంటే ఐ మీన్ వెబినార్లో మన అలమ్ని అసోసియేషన్ లెక్చర్స్ ఎందుకు ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినామంటే, సో వెంకటేశ్వర యూనివర్సిటీ అలమ్ని is ఆల్సో వెరీ స్ట్రాంగ్ అనే పదము అందరూ కూడా ఐఎస్లో బికాస్ ఆఫ్ మురళీ తర్వాత ఆల్ ద లెక్చర్స్ ఇన్ ఐఎస్పిఎస్ లో చాలా మంది కూడా ఎక్కడి నుంచో ఫ్రమ్ కాశ్మీర్ టు కనేక అందరూ ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా వెంకటేశ్వర యూనివర్సిటీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఈజ్ వెరీ స్ట్రాంగ్ అనే ఉద్దేశంలో అలాగే అంటే ఇది సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ సమ్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ టు ద యంగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ అలమ్ని స్టూడెంట్స్ స్టాటిస్టిక్స్. వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా మన స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎంత దూరంలో ఉన్నారు అనే దానికోసం మనం ఆ లెక్చర్స్ అన్ని కూడా అరేంజ్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఇక్కడ. ఇంకా యాదవ్ కానీ గణేష్ కానీ వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఉన్నారు. కాకపోతే ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ కొన్ని లెక్చర్స్ మాత్రమే మనం పెట్టుకుంటూ వస్తున్నాం.
Now my request is, I request all the alumni to join as members immediately, and for that I request to contact Rajshekar Reddy. So there is a pro forma, so the membership and other things. We also accept some donations for the
first we will create some WhatsApp.
No, for that also we need some phone numbers and other things for people who you know, you can also pass on them to the Rajshekar Reddy, so that already we have created a WhatsApp group, statistical alumni, about 14-15 people have added. Now we will try to add as many people as possible. Then we enroll membership. Now that will strengthen, because membership is the strength first. So then we can also go for different activities. I hope by next year we will come up with a good number of bus.
Number and good result also.
Good result also. So I seek all your cooperation and we will try our best. So with this, now I request to propose.
Next year we are now entering into 59 years and 60 years like completing and entering into 60 years diamond jubilee. So we are about to complete by 22 is the completing 60 diamond jubilee year of our department. So with that, we wish to release a software also in the department. So next year, because from 2021 to 2022, we are doing many things in the department.
So,
I in this department in 1962 when the department started.
62 years started. 60,
62.
60 years marriage దానికి షష్టి పూర్తి and also thinking to have, because there are three founder teachers, Shastri garu, VL Narasimham garu, Kannaya Naidu. I think to remember forever, we wish to have their endowment lectures. Every year, Professor Shastri endowment lecture, Professor VL Narasimham endowment lecture, Professor Kannaya Naidu sir endowment lecture. So somebody see some money, somebody donate, which may say, for example, now Dr. K.T. Reddy has donated 1 lakh. That money is there. So he said that money, the interest will use. So that money you convert into Professor Shastri's endowment lecture donated by Dr. K.T. Reddy. Like that, if anybody comes donations, 1 lakh, so that name, say VL Narasimham, donated by somebody, and Kannaya Naidu. So these three founders lectures every year, maybe 10th, 9th morning or 10th, 2 days, so that some alumni may come, batches. They wish to spend some time in the department with all of their old friends. The alumni will give the logistics in the department, because we are in Tirupati. So if they want accommodation, we will book some tourism hotel, something like that. We will give, they will come and they will pay everything. We will provide the logistics in the department. That's way we are helping the alumni of their batches, classmates, friends. And this type of founder lectures, all the three, we should not forget. So that is my, since one small advice to the alumni. It is all discussion for next year meeting. So my president will take, Brother K.T. Reddy is here. So like that. So no problem. Somebody will give donation. That money is converted into Professor VL Narasimham endowment lecture, Professor Kannaya Naidu endowment lecture, donated by so and so. Now that the same thing which I proposed in ISPS, now we have 6 endowment lecture in ISPS. Earlier we have only the Sukhatme lecture. After that, endowment lecture, Professor MP Shastri endowment lecture, Mata endowment lecture. There are many things. The people are ready to come and give money, lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. So far, we have not collected a single pay, because for the last 3 years, people must have confidence that the SV University Statistics Department is good and they are doing the best for the alumni. Since I have seen there is Kerala Statistical Association, Kerala University, Trivandrum, they are doing excellent. I don't know. After starting Alumni Association of Statistics Department, then there is earlier they have started this association. They are doing that. Satish Kumar is doing excellent works in Kerala Statistical Association. Now I have seen. So same thing. We will also that one what they are doing even at degree level. We will just make some students to collect some good students in summer training programs for degree students at Sarvana College. Yeah, Sarvana, we will do it summer training program for degree students, summer training program for MSc students, summer training program for second year students. What is so that way we must take. There are people now, Kulai Swami, who is now giving coaching for NET in Tirupati, who will take his advice to help our statistic students by taking them and giving coaching. So like that only one or two student go to ISI or one student go to getting through in NET exam. See, 5 or 6 students now they are in Pondicherry Central University. They qualified and now they joined PhD in Central University. Like that, we must promote our students. Today, we feel very happy that our statistics students, alumni, have delivered 3 lectures one by one. Everybody has seen, oh, statistics department, SV University is very strong. That is the feeling. So that way, we must help our department. So this is a small proposal. I hope next year, while coming and discussing by the time, so that our president think over about all the things.
So are these only yearly meetings? Should be
Yearly,
Next month
yearly.
we are something like, right?
No, no, only 10th September is fixed date, is fixed CRO birthday. In the evening, we'll have a meeting in the Department of Statistics.
So, okay, so how do you like communicate, like a plan of action? Right now, you need to, are you guys talking about next action items or something like that, or it is just that's it? You got feedback, and next year you meet and talk.
No,
Is
no.
that how?
Regarding feedback, we'll take those things and we will carry out those things. Only alumni official meet. Other activities will go throughout the year.
Yeah, but those other activities should be communicated, right? Like, okay, these are the feedback you got. These are the action items. This is the action item we are going to take. This is the plan. And that should be there, right?
Right. Okay.
So is that happening or is it not?
No, that happened. Actually, last year we had taken that. So last year we had taken some action. That one is throughout the year we want to go for some lectures on CR Rao. So in that direction, actually we thought of having a international seminar on biostatistics first. Actually,
that also brochure also we have released.
Actually, we have released the brochure, everything for that. And of course, due to this COVID, we could not do it because then we thought with ISPS collaboration, we can conduct some webinar at least. Actually, we thought of postponing it to December, this biostatistic conference. But even December, we are not sure whether we can come out and have a seminar, open seminar. Therefore, we thought let us have the seminar, at least some other seminar on the eve of the Centenary celebrations of CR. Therefore, we conducted this webinar from 7th to 10th. This is one action, actually. And the other thing is, we are conducting some regular programs. One is February 27th, Fisher's birthday, so National Statistics Day. These are some regular programs. In addition to that, so frequently, depending on the availability, so some alumni or some other faculty from different universities, they have been requested to give some lectures. They never come to Tirupati, or by request they come to Tirupati and they are arranging some lectures. Now, basically this. And another thing that we have taken is to have in the previous year, to have some competition through project reports. So we get a call to submit project.
Talent test also we conducted.
Something like a talent test. So best project report is given an award. So we are encouraging that way also. So like that, we have taken some decisions last year and we have done it. So this year also, we would like to do it. Some of the so one thing is about the practical component to be involved in the curriculum. So for that, we'll have a committee and we'll see to what extent it is possible for us, because incorporation of practical component in the curriculum is not by the alumni, it's not alone, because there is a board of studies, as all you know, and this is the university subject. The department also had to come into force. So we'll try to convince them to have some practical component. Now, to what extent, how we can incorporate this practical component in the theory is also important. That we have to give them very clearly to the board of studies. So for that we'll have a committee for it. Now, this is one proposal, major proposal as I see it here. Now, the other thing I think the Saravana raised is, I think Saravana or Ganesh, why can't the retired faculty take some classes? Actually, that proposal was made to the university. The proposal was made by the...
Even retired teachers are ready to...
That proposal was made by the retired teachers itself.
Policy university, they are not allowing.
To the university to utilize the services, they will do it free of cost. But somehow the things are not moving in this direction. Maybe you said there are so many ins and outs in that, so which I cannot say. So we're also in that direction to see that at least because of this shortage of faculty, let the retired teachers services be utilized, expert utilization, so that will not have the risk, because so that's one thing. So we are also in this direction. So in this direction, Retired Teachers Association has also come forward to request the university. Officially, they have given a letter to the university also. We will be at your service. We will use our services. I think whatever they want. So say we will do it. Hope we will
because our department has a need.
No,
I'm not
not only studies department, many departments in the university, they are either null staff or maybe singleton staff.
Not only SU University, the entire Andhra Pradesh.
It is like that. Not that only one university.
Mangalore University, there is no faculty.
It is in general, the entire state is like that. Particularly Venkat University, there are singleton departments, many. So in that way we are going ahead. So we will see how best we can sort out the problem also, because it cannot be done. We have to talk with the vice chancellor. At present, the vice chancellor is not there. Once his appointment is made, probably we may meet him and we can do something in this direction. Now this is another thing that we can do. So any other thing we want to say in this?
No, nothing. I think you covered everything. But the practical thing is that is very important. We need to take as soon as possible, because that affects the student's career. If you wait for 1 year, 2 years, then the kids who are coming, they will lose that opportunity.
Right. So for that we need a committee. So for people from industrial side, from technical side, not theoretical side, but professors and theoretical side. So we need people from industry or from other companies.
We are here, right? We are here. I think.
So we will discuss maybe in a couple of days. We will come out with a proposal. So we will come out and we'll discuss. The question is, to what extent we have to incorporate and how to incorporate. Now that is one important. So suppose you want to include some practical component. To what extent? Number one, because that's number one. Number two, how? Question is how. Even if you say you include practical component, well, they say, but how?
We don't want to change any curriculum. We don't want to change any curriculum.
Right.
All we need to do is teaching method. I don't think the Board of Studies required. It's only just to educate our faculty that, hey, you are teaching, okay, you are putting a regression model. You are telling like you are taking complete data and then fitting it and then results, interpreting it. You're doing that. That is a traditional way. That is not the way you do in industry. So you have to do that in different style, right? It's a different style you need to do. Like you need to split the data into like a training period, test period, validation period. Then how you do that? That thing should be there. That we don't need anything. I think Sarma sir has a tremendous experience. So I think he can come up with that framework. And then we will create those we will help to create that, and then we'll train the faculty and ask them to do. They're going to do the exactly same thing, but a slight modification.
No, actually, as a part of it, in many board of studies in the past year, they have suggested for a project actually in every semester. One project, so that the practical component will come into that. But somehow, due to lack of staff, that component slowly has become, I would say, removed from the curriculum. But the thing is how to incorporate, that is the question. That we will discuss by forming a committee in a couple of days. I think that will be okay. Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Sir, I'm just giving my thoughts. So don't take it in different ways.
No, that's what you want, Okay.
Sir, regarding the projects, if the students are really doing the projects, then it will help them. Otherwise, if they are copy pasting or maybe replacing the older one, it's not going to help them.
No, even for that copy pasting, there is no faculty to suggest. Question. Having the project work, they are also deleted because of this practical problem of faculty. But the question is how to incorporate that. We will discuss it separately by forming a committee, right? Okay. Thank you.
Sir, one more suggestion. Maybe we can identify maybe top 3 or 4 or 5 students from the department, and we can provide the internship to the students with some alliance with some industries. That will help the students, sir.
Okay. Okay, right.
Sir, I want to take this opportunity.
Can I leave, please?
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Already, sir.
Rajshekar, just one.
Can I leave with the permission, please?
Yes.
Rajshekar, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Sharavana want to say something.
No. Tirupal Reddy sir saying something. So
okay, Tirupal Reddy.
No, with your permission, I would like to leave. I got some work.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
Can I leave?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Vote of
Thank
thanks.
you. Thank you.
Go for vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all of you. So we will be in touch with some of you who are preparing all these things. So I request members to help in this direction also, come forward. Maybe you may suggest some others also who can help in this direction also. So definitely we'll try to do something in this. So now vote of thanks.
Sir, good evening, Kodanda Reddy sir. This is RVS sir from Nellore. Good evening to all my teachers, Professor Salma sir, Professor Rajsekhar Reddy sir. And
RVS Prasad.
sir, excellent organization, sir. And I have attended the webinar for the whole time and enjoyed all the lectures, sir.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Sir, a small suggestion, sir, if you allow me, and some 15 or 20 years back, we started a movement of starting statistics at intermediate level, sir. And we moved the file to some extent, and then we forgot about that file. Through our alumni association or the professors who attended here, I request all of you to move that file and to in a positive manner to the government, if possible, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, well, we'll contact you in this direction. Whatever communication you have done earlier, please pass on to us. Whatever we can do in this, we'll definitely try it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad.
Sir.
Okay. Vote of thanks. Okay. I thank every one of you for attending this and making this a grand success.
Okay.
So we attended in a small number. We have got a lot of feedback, and by next year, I think
maybe YouTube there are some people there. Sir, YouTube there are some people.
YouTube also there are some people, but definitely by next year we'll strengthen this some more, and we'll go to different heights. So I seek all your cooperation in going ahead with various activities of the association. And thank you all, and thank you all. But well, I thank all the three speakers today of our organization, Professor Murali and Saravanan and Vishnuvardhan for their nice lectures. So I thank you one again. I thank all the participants again for me, and I thank Rajsekhar for taking all the efforts in organizing and Venkateswaran and Hemant Kumar and Rasya for their help in this. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you, Rajsekhar sir.
Right,
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Krishna Reddy lecture salga kamla.
Okay, sir.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Right, sir. Good day, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good day.
Bye.